Reverse when we start to talk about logos and names up here.
Thank you, Susan.
Tell us about Slice Pizza.
Slice Pizza. Y'all need a slice.
Need one here, Susan.
Yeah. They're growing. So it started with one location in Lakeview. Now it's up to 4 locations. It's local pizza, local ingredients. They've got a soul pie. What's on the soul pie?
All right, so it is.
They're not going to like it because they're not from the South.
It's got Conecuh sausage.
You like that? You like?
I like sausage. What's
Conecuh sausage
it's a
is
brand. It's like Polish sausage.
It's made in Alabama.
Okay.
Conecuh sausage. It's got a little bit of kick to it. Black-eyed peas, turnip greens, red onions, cheese.
What?
Oh, it's
turnip greens?
Yeah, man.
On a pizza?
Yep.
Delicious.
Phenomenal.
So that's an Alabama thing.
That's an Alabama thing. Well, no. That's a slice.
Tell about the Hot Mama.
The Hot Mama has some Italian meat. I don't know which one.
Yeah.
It's got goat cheese, drizzled hot honey.
That I'll take.
Hot honey.
Hot honey drizzle.
Hot honey.
Yeah, it's the best pizza out there.
Yeah, and it's called Slice.
Yeah.
Slice.
Birmingham.com. More information.
Yeah. Back in a moment from Ocean City, Maryland on the next round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A+ Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Day 3, and as Jimmy Buffett once said, I've been drunk now for over 2 weeks.
That's what he says.
That's one of his lyrics, man. Good night last night out on the town. We've got one more day on the water here to live, and then we head back to Birmingham tomorrow. So the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios on the road again. Bayside here in the Atlantic Ocean over here. The Residence Inn Marriott, proud sponsors of the next round since day one. We're glad to be up here celebrating with Keith and the gang here for the 50th White Marlin Open. We'll tell you more about that great Jimmy Landmine coming up here in just a second. 15 days away from the start of college football. Week 0 is 2 weeks from tomorrow. We had NFL action last night. We'll get into that coming up here in the opening segment. But as we get rolling here today, last night we had a chance when the show was over with to say goodbye to V Money. So we have a new concierge today, somebody who's helping us out, who I'm going to just title New Money. After V Money yesterday, we have New Money helping us poolside here today.
Her name is Christina.
Christina.
Yeah.
But is it okay to just call her New Money?
We could call her New Money.
Yeah.
I had a funny interaction with her when Keith, our host here, introduced her, and he said, "This is the young lady who'll be taking care of you guys today. Her name is Christina." I said, "Hey, Christina, I'm Ryan." She goes, "Nice to meet you. Where are you from?" And I said, "Birmingham." And she goes, "Is that in?"
She didn't say England.
"Is that in Arizona?"
Yes.
I said, "Alabama." And she goes, "Oh, I knew it was one of the A states." So we talked for a second.
We've got a Mensa member on our team today.
We talked for a second, and I said, "So do you live here locally?" Yeah. I said, "What do you do?" She said, "I'm a school teacher." I was like,
Wow.
"Okay."
Yeah.
I said, "So what subject?" "Oh, phys ed." I was like, "Okay, yeah. Clearly not geography."
Our youth is completely jacked.
Arizona.
So as we jump into it, last night we went and had dinner at Ocean 13. The never seen this before, but the Tomahawk Prime, too big for Brown to eat. He chose not to get it because it was a big, full 48-ounce piece of meat that was about half the size of the table.
Went ahead and passed on that. Yep.
We had a great meal, couple of good bourbon drinks, good music scene again last night. So another adventurous, fun night in Ocean City. So if you're starting to make your plans for 2024 to take a different vacation, come frolic in the Atlantic up here with the fine folks at Residence Inn Marriott. Tyler is in for Rockstar. Rockstar being super dad today, back home with little Cord. We hope Cord feels a little bit better later on today. But Tyler, just so we can get a scene of what's going on back there, turn your mic on. Are you guys in the middle still of the fire drill that's ongoing?
The fire alarm hasn't gone off. It was supposed to go off right at 9, but surprisingly, it hasn't gone off yet.
Okay, so fire alarm test at 9. Fire alarm did not go off. I guess, do we assume the fire alarm does not work?
In typical Jimmy fashion, Tyler, I don't know what I'm more pissed about, that we've been in that building for 2 years now, and they're going to do a fire alarm at 9 o'clock, knowing our show starts at 9 o'clock, or fire alarm test, or part 2, that the fire alarm test didn't happen at 9 o'clock and our fire alarm's not working.
We don't know if it works.
Either way, it's easy to get me pissed off, right?
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
So, that is a low bar, I'd have to say.
Tyler's in for Rockstar.
Yeah.
Lunsford's on vacation. LT's on vacation.
I am.
Soaking up the sun.
I am.
How are you doing today?
Not great.
That's encouraging. It's
Tell us about
9
that.
o'clock.
4 hours ahead.
No, I'm good.
4 hours ahead.
Good. I was with Brown last night.
That
You
is
tapped
correct.
out a little early.
I did tap out early. So you
I'm
good?
okay. I'm just I have not been to the Atlantic yet. I have not frolicked in the Atlantic.
have
I
not.
have got to make a point. I don't think you guys have either.
I have not. I have
not
before.
actually.
I have not on this trip.
Yeah,
though.
see, I never have.
I have not been on the sand of the Atlantic. No, I've
No.
been to the bay, to the waterfronts. I've been all over Ocean City except the actual Atlantic. But we get out on a boat later today as we get to go over to the White Marlin Open weigh-in, the final day. And here's where the drama's happening today, because it's the 50th White Marlin Open.
Is this still 0?
And for the first time in the history,
I'm gonna go catch one and break.
I believe it's the first time in history, at least it makes the story better, that it's the first time in history with Jimmy Landmine in town to cover the 50th White Marlin Open, that for the first time, there is a chance they finish an event that pays over $10 million for catching swordfish. That as we sit here on the final day of fishing with 400 boats leaving this morning between 4 and 6 a.m., that they have caught 0 white marlins.
Yeah, you're a walking act of God.
0. Wait, let me get the stats. 0 white marlins.
Act of God.
0 blue marlins. And hell, we can't even catch a swordfish. 0 swordfish in this event.
Well, some old boy's got a tuna that wins him $1 million, right?
No. That's just for the tuna.
Well, I know, but it's $1 million.
Yeah, so it's one. I got the name here. It's Chris Mitlick.
Yeah, man.
Chris Mitlick. He caught a 247.5 pound tuna 2 days ago.
So he's in the clubhouse. He's praying for miss putts, right?
He's drinking Bud Lights on his yacht today, sitting there going, I may not even put a worm in the water.
He wanted it to pour today, I guarantee you.
Do you guys remember when you sent me to Lancaster again, the beginning of my divorce?
Yeah.
The day I was supposed to fly out, Lancaster had their first ever tornado.
Yeah,
and I got delayed. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that.
That was amazing.
Another great Jimmy Lamb bite. But Mentlick's from here in Maryland, and his tuna in just that division's worth $1.2 million if he stays in first. John Zimmerman, listener of the show, Boynton, Florida, 241-pound tuna. He's in second place. To show you the difference in payout, LT, first place $1.2 million. Second place tuna, 160,000.
Oh wow!
So it's better to win.
I'll take first place.
Better to win. But here's the catch here. If nobody catches one of those swordfishes, it defaults to the biggest tuna.
I think it's plural just for the age.
The swordfish.
Yeah.
Is.
Yeah.
Fish is like beer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fishes are like beers.
Beer.
Yeah.
Also plural without the S. Yep.
Listen, I'm sorry. When Christina comes over here and corrects me, then I'll be worried.
No, she won't. Based on Brown's comment, she won't.
She'll make you run laps.
Yeah, I hear you, new money. But Chris, he could get millions of dollars of the payouts for nobody catching marlins either. His tuna sort of jumps up in class and can win the whole event.
Well, good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
what an upset.
Aren't we going to the weigh-in? Is that the plan?
We are. So Keith wants us. We're getting picked up out here at 3:30 on some boat, and then we're going to the weigh-in.
By the way, did have you heard the story about the boat?
No.
There is a chance that
it's a dentist, though, right?
It is. We have to take a dinghy out into the water a little bit to get on the boat.
So his boat is so big it can't fit up here in the bay.
So big it can only get as close to. They're going to see how close they can get it.
Swim out there.
Well, one of us can. One of us is going to need floaties or a dinghy.
You know what little T loves is some content. Lance swimming out to our boat is certainly content.
Yeah.
I tell you, content. I'm getting it. Our first break, I am getting in the pool.
Okay.
All right.
The very first break. I mean, that's coming up in mere moment.
Yeah. Do you disagree with this decision?
Why are you going to get in the pool?
Because it's hot.
Okay. And you're going to get in the pool and you come back and, Tyler, you've been keeping up with the score back there. We've been flawless technically, right?
Yep.
Could water do any damage to our headset?
Wow.
I'm just asking, could him being wet
do
any damage to
what is called a towel?
Scott just showed the video. Tyler is sitting through the fire alarm test. Tyler, just open the mic. How we feeling on the fire alarm now?
It was shorter than I remember it being last time, but I'm just waiting for it to go off again.
Okay, but we're fire alarmed up in the building there.
But it did work.
It works. It works.
Okay, good.
All right. Well, with Lunsford on vacation, I assume Melton is there because, hell, he hadn't been an employee long enough to have a vacation day. So is he ready when LT comes out of the pool and maybe shorts out our system here poolside, dripping wet?
So now that you really don't want me to do this, it makes me want to do it more.
No, it's fine. You can do whatever
you want
to.
Jim.
Listen, some of my best memories are people getting out of the pool. What was that great movie? So let's get to the NFL right after LT tells us about our friends at Hemp Hill Services, plumbing, heating, and cooling. Tell me about them.
They are an official train dealer. Hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. Make sure that HVAC system is keeping up with this hot weather. 205-229-2090. HempHillServices.com. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill. They will make sure you're up and running and everything is taken care of. 205-229-2090 or HempHillServices.com.
Let me try to get the NFL schedule right for tonight after I gave you baseball games with NFL teams last night in the first segment.
By the way, I've got Brown.
I'll try to be better.
I've got Brown legally gambling, and he's on a heater.
All I'm doing is playing Lance's locks.
Yeah, but
I mean,
you were 2-0 again last night.
he
right?
was an easy 2. Well, not an easy 2-0. We need a little help.
Well, I told you the game I really loved
did?
was early with the Texans.
You did,
and you got that easy. Tonight we got Green Bay, Cincinnati on the NFL Network.
Got a lock on it.
Giants and Lions on Fox.
Got a lock on it.
Oh my
Falcons
gosh.
and Miami on Fox.
Got a lock on it.
Oh my gosh! Listen to this guy. It's football season done away.
Pittsburgh and Tampa Bay.
Got a lock on it.
Really?
Washington and Cleveland.
I'm kidding.
Oh, okay.
Denver and Arizona on the NFL Network. That's all happening tonight. But last night, C.J. Stroud gets out there and does not look good. But he's a freaking rookie. What do we expect from these guys?
His first pro start in the preseason.
I will tell you this. So it's not Texas Tech like, but these Ryan Day quarterbacks, like I think Justin Fields is going to have a good year. I do. Not like he's got a lot of weapons around him, but C.J. Stroud looked awful last night.
But
I think he was sacked more on his first possession than he was sacked the entire year last year.
Yeah, no doubt.
Sacked once, 1 interception, 2 drives, no points. Didn't really do a lot. But I see the headlines today. But seriously, Brown, what are we expecting? I mean, it's an exhibition game, the first one of his NFL career. I think we've been spoiled by just throwing guys out there and they're all successful, or we just throw them out there and let them flounder and, they're in such a bad situation. They've got to be the quarterback anyway. I mean, C.J. Stroud is supposed to look like this, right?
I mean, I think so. I think, we are programmed now just to assume a freshman can come into college football and win a national championship at quarterback, right?
Right.
We've seen it done, and we've seen freshmen come in and just look unflappable. I mean, Jalen Hurts did as a freshman at Alabama. When he came in, that man looked like the game was not too big for him. We've seen freshmen time and time again come in, and the game is not too big for them. So I guess we're just going to start assuming that's the way it is in the NFL with the rookie quarterbacks. And I just don't assume that. And I think we live in I think our society of sports fans is so desperate to label somebody a bust that they are just waiting for the first mistake a guy makes to hit that button.
Right. They want to be the first one to say it.
That's right. That's right. And they probably already predicted it. They want to be the first one to say, see, I told you so. See, I told you C.J. Stroud's a bust. See, I told you Ryan Day quarterbacks can't do it.
I'll give you an example. So Trevor Lawrence, I think, is going to have an MVP-like season. And his first season, he was no good.
Not at all.
By the way, Peyton Manning was terrible his first season.
In fact, Lance,
but somebody on this show, or at least some of our listeners, I can't remember if it was actually one of us, we labeled Trevor Lawrence as a bust in the NFL.
No, I didn't.
I did not.
Yeah.
Maybe it was one of the audience members. But Lance, not only was he a bust in his first year, or not a bust, but not only was his first year rocky and people started talking about a bust, even after he had a good year, how was he in the playoffs last year?
He looked rocky to start with.
Brought him back
to win.
But he did. But the NFL is just a learning experience. It's a tough job to play quarterback in the NFL.
And I'll go on and throw this out there. I think Trevor Lawrence will end up being a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Wow.
I do.
Boy, that is a bold statement. Have they?
I don't think Eli Manning's a Hall of Fame quarterback.
I do.
Well, he will be. You don't think he deserves to
If
be.
it was Eli Smith again, he would not be.
So you think Trevor Lawrence's career will be better than Eli Manning?
He's a better quarterback. He's already a better quarterback.
Oh, easy.
He is.
Yeah,
I will tell you, Eli could win playoff games on the road, and that's tough to do.
It is tough to do, and something Trevor Lawrence has not done yet.
Twice he did it in a string of games.
Yeah, he could also win.
He would take a wild card team, go on the road, win it all the way to the Super Bowl, take a wild card team on the road, win it all the way, and win a Super Bowl.
He also wins those things we called Super Bowls, like Jim said. And Trevor Lawrence has got a long way to go to do that.
So young Reed is a big Giants fan.
That's right.
He started really following the Giants in '86, and I couldn't convert him to. I converted him to a Dodger and Laker fan, but not a Rams fan. But he's a big Giants fan, and I've never really asked him the question on Eli Manning,
which is,
does he really think he's a Hall of Fame quarterback?
That is typical of your relationship with your brothers. The big lifelong questions. I've never really sat down and asked my brother the question that I've always wanted to ask him.
I've talked to my older brother about his 4 ex-wives.
Nick makes a good point on Trevor Lawrence. quite a conversation.
Drive by on Shane here for no reason.
Our ex-wives.
Hey, he just celebrated his 4th divorce yesterday.
Celebrated, huh?
We always tell you for any occasion, our friends at Blakely's Bouquets right there in Homewood, even for your 4th divorce.
Send her some black roses.
Nick says, don't forget when you talk about Trevor Lawrence being a bust, who his coach was the first year. And you cannot talk about Trevor Lawrence first year without addressing the fact that maybe the worst coach we've seen in NFL history was coaching him.
That would be Urban Meyer.
Yes,
for those
it
that
was.
are not scoring at home.
Okay, not as bad as Nathaniel Hackett. Ask Sean Payton about that.
Well, I know Sean Payton's got opinions. I mean,
I think Urban Meyer's a better football coach.
Oh, he's a better football coach. He's not a better NFL coach. That was a disaster.
It was a
there's no other way you
It was a
can paint
disaster. I don't
Urban
think,
Meyer is a great college
I
football
don't
coach. It was
think
a disaster.
he knew what he was getting into.
Oh, 100% he did.
And, you know,
nor did he know what he was doing.
Truth serum, I would love to have a conversation with Nick Saban about how different that is.
Oh, it's totally different. I mean, that's what Nick Saban didn't like about it, is that in the NFL, and I think this is part of what bothered Urban Meyer, is that in the NFL, the player and the coach are coworkers. They're colleagues, right?
Yeah.
In college football, Nick Saban is obviously the boss. The buck stops with him. If a player has it out with Nick Saban, the player is inferior to Nick Saban. Nick Saban is the boss. In the NFL, it's not that way. The coach is the coworker of the quarterback. I mean, there's got to be an amount of respect there. But I think these highly driven college coaches that are so used to having the autonomy and running a program exactly like they want to do it on a day-to-day, that's one reason they don't work in the NFL, because when they get there, that is gone.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden I got a bunch of coworkers. I don't
What
have a bunch of players.
works is a guy like Sean McVay because he is a player's coach.
Yeah.
By the way,
But I don't think he would be successful in the college game. Now, if you gave him a really good job, he would be.
I think he could recruit really well.
But it's why I don't think it translates well. It's just too different.
But last night we were at what was something 13?
Ocean 13.
Ocean
Yeah.
13.
Yep.
Great
Fantastic place.
Jeremy's place.
Yep.
But when a guy, one of their bus boys was walking out the door, what did he say?
He said Sean McVay's a great coach.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know where that came from. You brought up the Rams. I think he said Sean McVay's a great
I'm
coach.
just saying these were Ravens fans that acknowledge Sean McVay is the greatest coach in the NFL history.
Which has to settle the argument, obviously.
Yeah, I think you fish for that compliment. But I understand. I understand. Hey, Harbin's Outdoors. You don't have to fish for a compliment there. They'll come fix your backyard, and everyone will be like, "Wow, what you do your backyard?" And you're like, "Hey, I called Harbin. That's all I did." And we got a compliment coming up right after LT tells us about Harbin's.
I just called Jeremy by accident. I was pulling his number. I can't get my copy points, by the way.
You can't?
Oh.
No. Oh, damn it. I just FaceTimed him.
This is the most Lance moment ever.
No, I got it. All right.
All
Harbin's Outdoors, one-stop shop for everything. Hardscaping, landscaping, the pool, everything you need. Again, when I did the pool like 10 years ago, unfortunately, I had like 4 or 5 different people, and it was a pain in the ass. But Jeremy, you can call him 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. Text him. Call him. One-stop shop for all of your pool needs, backyards. This guy does it all. Harbin's Outdoors, best in the business, 205-300-0718.
So we don't get into that situation we got at where you call me a name in Nashville for SEC Media Days. Coming up in the next segment, we'll hear about Bromberg slice and chicken cock, all in the next segment. One compliment here before we get out of here.
Only one, though.
Not to you, to Taylor Corn.
Oh, Lil T? What Lil T do?
He did her first hosting job yesterday it's the Inmo platform.
It is the Inmo platform. I went to watch it, and I watched last week's with me instead. I know that's going to shock you guys.
I don't know how this works.
Well, I mean, how could you not choose the most recent episode?
I don't know.
How'd you not choose episode 2?
I just, for whatever reason, when I pulled it up, it was episode 1.
And so I watched it.
For whatever reason.
She did a fantastic job. So hats off to Little T.
She's a budding star.
She really
I'm
is.
make a prediction.
All right.
I think Little T, with her love of sports, is going to end up falling into a profession that we do. I think she's going to be one of our on-air talents.
Oh, I don't disagree.
Yeah. Well, that was my point I was making. First time hosting yesterday, and she did a terrific job. So Taylor, who's handling everything in our command center today, you can go check out that first performance. It was a hell of a lot better than CJ Stroud's. Show number 509, 15 days away from college football, brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Everybody enjoying those last night here on the coast. We even bought a few. And threw them out into the wild last night for some folks up here in Ocean City, Maryland. When we come back, we will jump into some more college football news and stuff going on the show today. Do you have a lineup for me? Some guys we talked about, maybe Mincy. Is he on today?
Do you get those texts?
I got it, man. I was just trying to get you in the conversation here. Mincy's coming up later on,
He
right?
is not. Mincy is not on the show today.
Mincy not on the show today.
Yeah. Michael Lombardi is going to talk some NFL at 10:25. So we can ask him about CJ Stroud. Matt Hayes is going to talk some college football at 10:45. And Buster Olney is going to talk some Major League Baseball at noon.
All right. All that's coming up right here on the next round from Residence Inn Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. This is TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call waynes.com.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the next round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Back with you from Ocean City, Maryland, as we get going into this segment. The show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's.
Since 1836, family-owned and operated. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Thinking about popping the question, they are the diamond specialists. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online right now, brombergs.com.
A big basketball announcement coming up tomorrow. Flory Badunga. I'm probably butchering his name, but he's one of the best 5-star forwards in all of basketball. In the middle of the Elite 24 game on ESPNU at halftime, he'll pick between Auburn, Duke, Kansas, and Michigan. A big opportunity there for Bruce Pearl and company down on the Plains in basketball. Also in recruiting yesterday, big 5-star, best defensive lineman, defensive end, Colin Simmons, 5-star guy, picked Texas over LSU Miami. What's amazing about that, Brown, is that it's the first 5-star defensive lineman that Texas has landed since 2010.
That is incredible.
Because when you come into the SEC, you win with what? Elite defensive edge guys.
Right.
And that's the first 5-star Texas defensive lineman they've gotten since 2010.
Well, I will say this about, I'm not sold on Sark as far as his ability to win big there at Texas, but I will say that they have a heck of a recruiting staff. I mean, he's put together a good recruiting staff, so I expect those types of stats to change under him. Now, whether he can translate that from the recruiting service rankings to on-the-field performance still, I think, remains to be seen.
He's recruiting a different athlete than anybody's done since 2010.
I get that. NIL, I think, helps. I think they've got some of
Texas,
the deepest pockets there. You know, the interesting thing about Texas is they always missed on quarterback. I mean, really, you go back to 2009, the last time they won a Big 12 championship, that was Colt McCoy, great quarterback. Before that, they won a national championship, 2005. Vince Young, great quarterback. But they've just swung and missed on quarterbacks. You think about how different quarterback situations have been Alabama, Ohio State, and Texas.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the Texas guys.
Can you imagine being the Texas starting quarterback?
Until now, they look like they've been way behind in the quarterback room compared to everyone else. So it looks like Sark is able to get a different recruit, the kind of recruit. I mean, is it just Texas football that hasn't been producing that type of athlete, or have they been going somewhere else?
Let me ask you this. If Bryce Young played on that Texas team last year that lost their 5 games by 7 or less points, what is their record?
Well, I would assume they'd be unbeaten.
They might be. I mean, seriously, I think they win the Big 12. They might be Texas, or they might be TCU.
I'd give them,
they beat Bama.
Yeah, with Bryce Young. Yeah. You just swap quarterbacks.
Yeah. I think they win all their games. I really do.
You know, it's hard to say because you say, well, Bryce Young couldn't go undefeated at Alabama, but they also were playing different schedules, right? So
that Saturday in Knoxville had nothing to do with Bryce.
Oh, gosh, no. He had one of the greatest days in Alabama football history. So I would say Bryce Young probably has them undefeated, and I don't think it is a indictment of Texas football necessarily. I think maybe we overvalue, but see, this does not play into what you're saying. I think maybe we overvalue products coming out of the state of Texas because there is this perception that Texas football is that much better than everyone else.
Yeah, one of our new young listeners here by the pool who plays high school football, I think he said the guy you were talking to yesterday after the show, Brown, who started following and listening to us, who was asking us if we were going to talk a little NFL today. He plays high school football in New Jersey. I think it's his freshman or sophomore year. And he says, it's just, I know down in Texas, they love high school football. It's just not that way in New Jersey. And I said, well, they think it's pretty important in Alabama, and Georgia, and Florida too.
But that doesn't back up the stat you're talking about, because the stat you're talking about is the way guys are actually rated. I think they're probably a touch overrated coming out of Texas, but that's irrelevant to what you're talking about, because you're saying even as they're rated, they're not getting the 5 stars of defensive line.
Yeah, but it's a numbers game. I mean, Texas is massive.
It is.
And that's the thing. You've got that many players, so you're obviously going to have a lot of talent.
Yeah, so that's on the recruiting trail yesterday. Also, LSU got a running back from Texas, 4-star guy, Caden Durham, right there picking LSU. Back to the NFL for a second. After LT tells us about our friends at Slice Pizza, 4 great locations ready for the weekend.
Yeah, we were talking about Slice last night. It is the absolute, so I had a really good flatbread last night that had the crab meat on it in the Old Bay, Brown. If you walk in a restaurant here, what do you smell?
You smell Old Bay.
Yeah.
Everybody in here uses the Old Bay.
It was a great flatbread, but nothing compares to Slice. It starts with that crust, unbelievable. Local pizza, local ingredients, 4 locations. The original in Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, now Crestline Park. For more information, go online Check it out. Get it for lunch or dinner. SliceBirmingham.com.
All right. So you said you got locks tonight. Lance'sLock.com. Lance'sLock.com. You want to go
6 straight winners.
You want to go there. 6 straight winners. Yes. But tomorrow night, Philadelphia is down the road in Baltimore. Eagles and Ravens.
Got a lock on it.
Already have a lock. So I'm interested in. Well, I mean, I'm trying to have the conversation here. I would imagine you've played this a lot in exhibition play because of the stat I'm about to give you. The Ravens haven't lost since 2015 in the exhibition season. 23 straight wins in the NFL. And I was reading this morning, there is concern that streak's going to end tomorrow night because they're not going to play Lamar or any of the ones, is at least what they're thinking. Do you keep playing a streak like that? Or do you go? I know you haven't decided yet. You do it get day of, but I would imagine you played the Ravens a lot because for some reason Harbaugh likes to win exhibition games.
Yeah, I'm a little stubborn. I got off of that. I was fading them for a little bit because I figured sooner or later they're not going to cover. Not only are they winning, they're covering all these games.
Yeah, 20-3 in those games covering.
Yeah, and so I think Harbaugh takes a lot of pride in that number. And so I think Tyler Huntley, they will do everything they can without Lamar to win that game tomorrow night.
Yeah, I mean, but this is a guy that makes points on stuff like that. You remember, and I'm not going to remember which game it was, but there's a regular season game where they had the streak of 100 yards rushing, and basically in mop-up duty, he's still running the game, running the ball to try to get to 100 yards. So Harbaugh, he makes a point of keeping streaks like this alive, streaks that I think streaks that he thinks make him look like a good coach. And I'm not saying John Harbaugh's not a good coach. He obviously is. But I'm saying I think there's a lot of personal pride for him in these streaks because for whatever reason, I don't know why anybody would care about a preseason record. Anybody alive.
I'll tell you this. Once they lose a preseason game, he will completely dial out.
Like he won't care about him anymore?
Will not care anymore.
He'll start coaching like everyone else does.
And look, and he is a really good coach.
I agree.
You know, he's one of the amazing stories, goes from a special teams coach to a head coach, and he's won a Super Bowl. And I think, and I had a conversation last night, and it wasn't just to appease the guys we were talking to. I think the Ravens are going to win the AFC.
So you think the Ravens play in the Super Bowl this year?
Yeah, you've been high on the Ravens, even though Cincinnati has been one of your favorites the last couple of years. That's a tough team to go through, especially while they still have all that talent. One more NFL note, which was an amazing story. I'm sure all of you have heard it by now, but I want these guys to react to it right after LT tells us about our great folks with Chicken Cock. Just down the road from here is where it all started, man.
Yeah, look, we went to a bourbon bar the other night. Incredible list of bourbons. But if you haven't tried Chicken Cock, it is unbelievable. It's available in 2 varieties right now in Alabama. That's the bourbon, that's the rye. But you can go to chickencockwhiskey.com and all of their essentials are available there. You can go to your ABC store, ask them about it. They can hook you up, but it's just a fantastic bourbon. The weekend is here. Pick up a bottle of Chicken Cock bourbon or rye this weekend.
Kyle Shanahan says yesterday that with the injuries in the NFC Championship game, if they somehow would have won the game, they had a plan to call Philip Rivers and sign him to quarterback the Super Bowl.
I told you the other day, even when he was coaching.
That's the lead story on ESPN this morning when I woke up.
That's amazing.
Kyle Shanahan says that was the plan.
Even when he was coaching at high school football in Alabama, he was making it known to teams he was available to negotiate. Open and negotiate.
But if I'm Philip Rivers, I still have that conversation right now with Kyle Shanahan because I think Philip Rivers is a better option than Brock Purdy is. You've got everything. It's like a ready-made team for a Super Bowl. The only missing ingredient is an elite quarterback. And I'm not saying Philip Rivers is elite, but with his experience, his acumen, I think that would be the difference. And I think he could get them over the hump. And Philip Rivers, what is he missing in his legacy?
Well, he's missing a Super Bowl, but
never even played in one.
Yeah, but I mean, just play this out if it had happened. If they win, they call him up and somehow they go on to win the Super Bowl. Do you think it would have changed the way you feel about him? You've been very critical about Philip Rivers.
No, because I think it's more of that team. But I think for Philip Rivers, you still have, in 20 years, people would say, well, he's got a Super Bowl championship.
Yeah, but you don't think it would be an asterisk Super Bowl championship?
Maybe not in 20 years.
Yeah.
Of course, Trent Dilfer is an asterisk.
Yeah, but I mean, Dilfer started the whole. I mean, say what you want about Dilfer, he started the whole season for them.
They did.
And my point is, for a guy to come in, basically, out of coaching high school football, quarterbacking to a Super Bowl win. I don't know. Like Lance said, it's the thing that gets pointed out about guys like Dan Marino and Phillip Rivers is great career, unbelievable numbers, MVP level play, but they don't have a Super Bowl championship to show for it.
Didn't Jeff Hostetler like come in for Philip Sims for like half a season or late in the year to win the Super Bowl?
He replaced Phil Sims, and it was the Super Bowl where
Norwood missed
the kick, right? That was Jeff Hostetler.
It was.
I think so.
1990, the 90 season. Jeff Hostetler, probably the best porn stash of any quarterback
it was
in history.
an incredible mustache. I can't think of one that had a better one.
I think Earl Morrall.
He had a good mustache.
Quarterback the Colts, maybe when Unitas got hurt or something like that.
Yep.
And then again, the Dolphins when Greasy got hurt.
Yep. And I think they
Vince
might have
Ferragamo when Pat Hayden went down. That's right.
But it just feels
made it to the Super Bowl, lost to the
Super Bowl
Steelers.
14. Yep.
It just feels different. It just feels different when you're the actual backup on the team all year.
Right.
And you don't just come off,
the high school practice field in Fairfield, Fairhope, Alabama.
Yeah, hand in your whistle and go to the Super Bowl and quarterback him to a championship.
Yeah.
Of course, if he did that, that would be remarkable just to come off after all that time off and play to an elite enough level to win a Super Bowl. So he really should get credit for it.
Residence Inn Marriott is where we are today. Your favorite part about Ocean City so far, Lance? What's it been, man?
Secret's got to be right up there.
Secrets is interesting.
You're 2 for 2.
Yeah, no. So, and Brown saw this last night. Once everything calms down and it looks like Secrets is dead, at like 11 o'clock, it completely pops in that back club.
It's dead for the olds. It just starts going for the young.
But it's like a high-end concert. Like the production.
It's wild.
It is crazy.
Like it's like I don't know how to describe it, and I'm probably going to describe it like an old man would.
Is it like a Vegas club with a little EDM going?
Yeah, but it's like a DJ with a concert at the same time. It's so wild the way they mix it in. Like they've got, guitars and a lead singer. They'll do a song and it will blend right into the DJ doing a mix. It's just crazy how they.
And it works.
It works, and they just keep it flowing, and the crowd loves it, man.
And the variety of crowd too. Like we're the old guys in the club now, but there's a lot of old people in the club.
Yeah, we were not the oldest people in there, but we were certainly at the top end.
We were pushing it.
Yeah, we were pushing it.
Yeah, but it was a very interesting place, and I don't know where all those people came from.
I really don't either.
There's 1,000 people in there.
Yeah, it's like at 10 o'clock at night, Eastern time. I mean, it's like finger snapping. All of a sudden, all these young people show up.
Yeah, but as I was learning last night,
I love the food here.
Yeah, food's good.
And I'm not a seafood guy, and the seafood's fantastic.
I learned last night there's still so much more of the other side of the peninsula / island that we have not seen yet. We have not been over to the West OC yet.
That is true.
Which we've got to get to maybe a little bit tonight. I probably will go this afternoon, depending on where the boat is, to go over to a store over there. I've been looking forward to going over there to get some stuff. So I'm gonna head over to the West OC today.
High tide.
But the weather is perfect again today. So we've had 2 perfect weather days sandwiched around yesterday's storm. So thanks for putting up with us inside yesterday. But it ended up being a fun show with our friend V Money and others. We'll actually have Keith on at some point. Brown's going to let me know
11 o'clock
when Keith's going to be here. 11 o'clock is when he's going to jump on the show.
Yeah, he's supposed to be with us at 11. Keith.
I tried to get Kermit on the show. He said I will not do it. But I ended up, when you guys left yesterday, two full hours after the show, me and Kermit hung out. His dad is 101, still living. His mom's 94. Incredible story.
Kermit's the local barkeep here, and Keith is the guy that runs this whole operation. But I'm going to tease everyone. Former professional wrestler in the WWE.
That's right. WWE. I wish
WWF, WWE.
I wish Lunsford was here and not on a vacation day to really love it. But I think Melton is also a big wrestling fan. So he will have some WWE stories coming up to start hour number 2 from the Residence Inn Marriott as we continue on today. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. Tell us about New York Butcher, as a lot of people back home have the opportunity to get the grills out tonight.
One thing we don't talk enough about is that the huge deli sandwiches for lunch. Like, I've never finished one myself. If I go in there, I'll order one, I'll eat half of it, and I'll take half home. I don't know if you guys can knock a whole one out.
No, it's a lot.
They are gigantic. But not only that, they're catering orders. Go see Jim and all the guys. 2 great locations at New York Butcher Shop. Greystone, right there on Highway 119, the original in Cahaba Heights. They've got a great selection of fine wines, desserts. You buy wine by the case, 15% off. But get in and see Jim, all the guys. Get you some Wagyu for your dog. The dog deserves it.
The dog deserves it. When we come back, bold predictions. We'll get a few of them from Connor O'Gara, one of my favorite writers for Saturday Down South. He's got 25 of them. We'll jump through a couple of them, and we'll do what we always do. Even though Connor's our friend, we'll say whether we think they're bold or not bold, right? Oftentimes, we don't think they're bold, right?
Right. That's what we end up doing is we rate the boldness of the list.
No, you won't.
Not whether the prediction comes in or not.
Connor likes you.
No, Connor likes you
He
guys.
likes all of
likes
us.
the whole show. No, if I don't think it's a bold statement, we did it last year.
I'll tell you this: if Connor was running the Residence Inn, you would have a Bayside view
of the bay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've got the Atlantic view.
Yeah.
Yes. When we come back on the next round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
The wait is over. Tonale has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonale plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonale offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonale leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonale.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Hey, we're back here at the Residence Inn Marriott. Hey, Christina, come over here and show everybody the guys. She's taking care of us today. What do you guys know about Christina so far, other than PE teacher?
She's a PE teacher.
PE teacher, local. Yep. What grade? K through 5.
Right.
She's Italian.
When do you guys go back to school? The week after. Okay, very good. We've got lunch coming today from the Residence Inn here on property. We're looking forward to that. Thanks yesterday to Ocean 13 and what was the crab cake factory. Thank you. Appreciate everybody. And the Solstice Bar and Grill the other day. We're calling her New Money today after V Money the rest of the week. We appreciate her helping us out all week long here and Keith and the entire staff. I mean, the technical crew, Brown.
Oh,
what have
incredible.
they been doing?
Yeoman's work.
Yeah.
To make sure that all this is a lot harder than us idiots make it look. But they have done an incredible job. Just a quick change of plans. Keith let me know, and I think I might be responsible for this because I brought up there's a Jewish deli right next to the Residence Inn here, and I was quizzing him about it. So he came out this morning and goes, "Hey, I'm going to go ahead and bring you guys lunch from the Jewish deli."
Is that Rosenthal's?
Rosenfeld's, I think it is, or
Okay.
Rosenthal's.
That's what
yeah.
she was asking. Our order for.
Yeah. Jewish deli. That's what we got coming today.
Cool.
I'm very excited about that.
Right across the street, basically.
It is,
here.
yeah.
That's the
Basically
kind
next door neighbor.
It's kind of food you get here
Oh, yeah.
at Ocean City. Also, shout out your daughter back to school this morning, right? The little bit?
Yesterday morning, yeah.
Yesterday morning.
Yesterday
okay.
morning, started back to school.
So
yeah.
you missed first day of school.
I
up
did
here.
miss first day of school.
Yeah,
That's-
my boy's back too.
Jack's back as well.
So Jace is a senior, Jack's a sophomore.
Okay, and they're back at Oak Mountain.
Yeah.
Oak Mountain High School there. All right. Did a little bit switch to Oak Mountain? Is this a year?
Yeah, well, same elementary school, but yeah,
Yeah.
she's Oak Mountain.
But she's in the system
yep,
on her way to
yep,
Oak Mountain.
yep.
now. Oh, how about that? They're going to share the graduation diploma with little Harper.
Oh,
gonna
there
be
you
good.
go. There's something to aim for there,
Yeah,
Jimmy.
you know, we put it in a new football field.
I've seen that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've driven right past it.
Yeah,
Yep.
tax dollars at work right
That's
there
right.
at Birdmont Park.
Has it-
Looks good.
Oh, Shelby County taxes.
That turf looks good.
That's right.
It runs good.
It does.
Tell us about Tough Dog, man, and then we'll get into some of these bold predictions.
Hey, so Tough Dog Coatings, maybe you've been in a high-end auto dealership, high-end car dealership, garage, and you've seen the coatings that they have on their floors there, and you're like, man, that would look great in my house. Tough Dog Coatings can do that in your house. It's not just commercial. It is residential. It's backed by a 15-year warranty. It is easy to clean. It looks amazing. It will not crack and wear out like epoxy does. Basically, they come in, they smooth it out after they do a few tests to make sure the product's not going to fail. They smooth it out, and then they come in and follow that up by putting down the coating, the color you've already chosen, and the flakes, color you've already chosen. They've got great selection of those, plenty of colors to choose from. The net result is you've got a garage or a basement floor or a pool surround that looks better, is more functional, just feels better to your feet. It exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip. It will not yellow in the sunlight. It does not crack or wear out like epoxy does. You can call Jared and the gang at 205-947-3639, 205-947-3639, or toughdoggaragebfloors.com, TUFF, toughdoggaragebfloors.com.
All right, as we jump back into the conversation, Bobby Petrino is a Broyles Award finalist, is number 25 of his 25 bowl predictions. He said that on our show the other day, Brownie, and, you know, that's sort of a bold prediction that Texas A&M would be good enough for him to be named the best assistant in college football. I know you think they win some games, LT, this year, but usually you're a championship contender at that point, Brownie.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if he's the Broyle, I'm trying to remember who the Broyles Award winner was last year. So this is difficult. I remember one year it was Josh Gaddis, and then he left and got fired the next year down in Miami. But that got Michigan to the playoffs a couple of years ago. Josh
Knowles
Gaddis
2 years ago at Oklahoma State.
Yeah, when
went
they
to
had that
Ohio State.
transformative defense. Yeah,
Well, let's. Was it Garrett Riley last?
might have been, but normally,
I was betting that'd be a good call.
Yeah, normally the Broyles Award winner is. This is kind of like how the long-term successful coach never wins Coach of the Year. Like the Nick Sabans and now increasingly Kirby Smart will never win Coach of the Year hardly. The Broyles Award winner normally goes to the newer assistant on the surprise team. Now, Petrino is far from new, but if A&M surprises and their offense is really good and A&M plays top 10 level football, I could see him winning the Broyles Award. Very
Connor is
LT.
one of the smartest college football analysts out there. I agree with it.
Yeah.
I think this is I think he'll at least be nominated for the Broyles Award.
Well, at least because you
They're a 10 or 11 to win team.
You said Petrino will get a lot of the credit for any of
He
the
will.
success they have.
Well, again, I think we forget how creative he is as a play caller. Remember, Arkansas, he didn't have a lead athlete.
He did not. But again, I continue to try to point this out. He was doing that. The most we've watched of Bob Petrino was in what is now a little bit of a dated style of football. I'm just interested to see how much he's adapted to today's game.
and how much he has to, maybe call Jimbo's system unless he's letting Bobby do it all. You know what
That's
I mean?
right. Yeah.
If it's Jimbo's playbook, Bobby's just calling
Yeah.
plays. It's the receiver routes and receiver trees that Fisher's playbook has been getting
That's right.
killed for lately.
Evan Stewart will end up being a first-team All-American. How about that? When's the last time A&M had a first-team All-American at wide receiver?
Mike Evans? Was he not?
Yeah.
It was that quality.
I mean, he was that level.
Yeah, I don't know
whether
if he
was
won
or
it, but
not.
he was
Yeah.
that level.
Kristen
Absolutely.
Kirk was good, but
Yeah.
he was underutilized.
Number 24 here, Connor says, this time Dallas Turner does lead the SEC in sacks because that was a bold prediction last year, Lance, because of Will Anderson. Everyone thought the other side of the Bama defense that Dallas Turner would wreak havoc last year. And really, it just didn't happen. The Alabama pressure from both Anderson and Dallas Turner was good, but it was never as awesome as we all thought it was going to be.
No, and I think Will Anderson, I think there was such an expectation for him. I think it gets unfairly to Will Anderson. He still had a really good year. He just didn't have the year like people thought he'd have 20 sacks. I wouldn't be surprised if Chris Braswell leads the SEC in sacks. Like I would immediately
using the same philosophy because Dallas Turner is so focused on.
I would say on the surface, Harold Perkins, best defensive player in the SEC.
I would agree.
Again, they're talking about moving him more inside. So I don't know how many sacks that takes away from him. But yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if Dallas Turner, Braswell, one of those guys leads it.
So not so bold on that prediction.
No, I think those first two are
fairly bold predictions.
Yeah,
they're doable.
I mean,
they're not wild. It's hard to do what he's saying to do, but
I know that's what I've learned. But I would say if you did betting favorites, you'd go Harold Perkins, right?
Right.
100% if he wasn't moving inside.
Yeah.
When you're looking for sunglasses, always good to start on the top of your head, not beside your chair. Next up, KJ Jefferson is considered a top 5 NFL quarterback prospect by season's end.
That is bold.
Is he not already?
Oh, I don't think he's top 5.
He's not. I will tell you this. He is a much more successful college quarterback than Anthony Richardson.
I mean, as a top 5 guy, though, is he saying that?
I think people will fall in love with KJ Jefferson because his size, his ability to run. He's got a rocket arm. KJ Jefferson's got all the tools. Now, will it all come together and he's going to be a franchise quarterback? I don't know. I do believe he is the best quarterback in the SEC.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if it was, does he think he goes top 5 in the draft? No, it's just saying he's top 5 quarterback prospect. I mean, who are the top 5 prospects right now for the NFL draft? Caleb and Drake are obviously easy too.
And Marvin Harrison Jr. would be in the top 5.
Okay, but no, the quarterbacks.
We had this debate the other day because I think it's clear cut. You disagreed with this. Caleb Williams, Drake May, and then there's a drop off.
Right.
A lot of people say Michael Penix Jr. I want to see it back-to-back years.
Yeah, but this is my point. Does KJ Jefferson not already be in the top 5?
Could be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, to me, the SEC is the best conference in college football. Make the argument Jaden Daniels or KJ Jefferson. Those are the best quarterbacks in this league. So by that alone.
I don't know how you feel, but I don't see Sam Hartman. I don't see him translating to the NFL. Do you?
I think Sam Hartman will end up being a career backup.
Chase Daniels like?
Yeah. Yep. I think he's got I'm going to use this word again, the acumen the intelligence he has will keep him in the NFL for a while. Like, I think Stetson Bennett's going to be a good quarterback in the NFL. I think Sam Hartman is a maybe better overall talented guy, but I think for whatever reason, Stetson Bennett's game is going to translate to the NFL well. But I think Hartman will play in the NFL. I just don't think he's going to be a consistent starter.
I need to pull back the curtain real quick, and I apologize for doing this. I have screwed up Eastern Time, Central Time on Matt Hayes, so he may be coming up right here. Completely on me.
Like right here, right now?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Top of the hour right now?
No, right here, like in this segment. So we'll keep going, but it's 100% on me when we screw this up.
So now let's go ahead and get in our friends at Hemp Hill so we can have maximum time with Matt Hayes. If he'll jump on here with us in a second. Tell us about Hemp Hill again, LT.
Yeah, you got to keep that HVAC up and running. 229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hard to stop a train. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Service for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. hemphillservices.com.
All right, we'll get back to those bowl predictions coming up. Let me know when we have him, Brownie. Matt Hayes wrote a story for Saturday Down South. Is he here?
He is here.
Okay.
And Matt, I apologize 100% on me. We're in Ocean City, Maryland, right here on the coast, doing our show out on the bay. And I completely screwed up Eastern Time, Central Time, because I'm a complete and total idiot. Matt Hayes, Saturday Down South, at Matt Hayes CFB on Twitter. What is up, Matt? How are you?
What are you guys doing in Maryland?
Yeah, so we've been asked that a lot, Matt. The Residence Inn here in Marriott, and the guy that runs that is a
Hotel of the Year, by the way.
Hotel of the Year.
Ocean City, Maryland, man.
Okay.
He's
the new Cabo.
He's part of the leadership in their tourism council, and they like to do non-traditional advertising, and we are about as non-traditional as it gets. So they've been advertising with us for several years, wanted us to come out, and that's why we're here. It's a great place if you've never been.
I've actually been in the Chesapeake area. It's very nice. Very, very
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had a lot of Old Bay and a lot of alcohol, so we're all sweating it out here by the pool right now. So we're outside. You wrote us, yeah, it's the week where all the top 25 list and bowl predictions at Saturday Down South. You write a lot of stuff there. We love it all the time. That includes, Matt, you rank the top 25 coaches going into this year. And when I ask about this, I always want to ask, are you talking about going in for this year? Obviously, it's not all-time resume, right? It's as you are right now, because you have Kirby 1, Nick 2. That's how you're starting off the rankings at the top. Tell us about that decision and how you do your top 25 ranking.
Yeah, I mean, I make it very clear too, Ryan, is that Nick is the greatest coach in college football history. He may be the greatest coach in football history. So I don't think there's any question about that. But I think at some point you have to, and this is how I do these rankings, is it's not so much about what you did, it's about where you are. And I think if we start to ignore where Kirby Smart is, what he's done, and how he has that program in position to be what Nick's was early on and continue to grow and be this gigantic monster that everyone has problems with, I don't know how you ignore it or how you avoid it. It's you win back-to-back national titles, and you're the favorite to win 3 in a row. Meanwhile, Nick's in position that if they don't win the national champ, this is the bar right now. This is the ridiculous bar that Nick is looking at. If they don't win a national championship this year, it'll be the first time, as you guys know, in his career when they haven't won one in a 3-year span. So that's kind of where we are with this thing. It's and I know people get upset about it. They say, well, how can you say Kirby's a better coach than Nick? Look at the national titles. I get all of that. But it's not so much a historical thing, Ryan. It's more about where we are right now.
So Dabo Swinney had that moment in time. Is Dabo's time past, or do you think Dabo can capture one more championship?
Dabo hasn't a quarterback. That's the problem. I mean, DJ Uiagalelei was a guy when he played those 2 games for Trevor Lawrence, when he went to Notre Dame, he played so well. I have no idea what happened. I think a lot of it probably is the fact that, when you lose your co-coordinators and you lose guys that are with you every day and all of a sudden everything changes, clearly that impacts some players. I'm sure that was a problem with DJ. But DJ regressed. And if you don't have a quarterback, you guys know this, if you don't have a quarterback, you're in trouble. I don't care what level of football it is. I mean, Pop Warner, high school, college, pro, you're in deep trouble if you don't have a quarterback that can make plays and that avoids turnovers. So that is really Clemson's problem. I think you're going to see a dramatic increase this year with Clemson with not only Kate Klubnik, but with Garrett Riley, the new OC from TCU, who's, of course, Lincoln Riley's brother.
Matt Hayes, college football writer, national college football writer, Saturday Down South, also 1010XL there in Jacksonville, at Matt Hayes CFB on Twitter. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Next coach to win his first national championship will be, in Matt Hayes' opinion.
To win his first?
Yep.
Well, his first at the FBS level, I would say Brian Kelly, because he's won in the lower divisions. I would say Brian Kelly. I mean, he's, I made this analogy when he got there, guys. I look at Brian Kelly, what he did at Notre Dame, the winningest coach in history of the school, in a very difficult time with not only the BCS, where there's only 2 teams that really get a logistic shot at winning a national championship through the postseason process, and now the playoff where it's 4. he got Notre Dame to 2 playoffs and 1 BCS national championship game. Again, they struggled in those games, but he recruited at a fairly high level at Notre Dame despite all those obstacles. So I always say he was like sipping through a straw recruiting at Notre Dame. He gets to LSU, and he's like drinking through a fire hydrant. So everything is going to change for them. I mean, you start getting these elite guys that are from the South, these big D linemen, these elite skill guys. You get a quarterback in place that can do what you need to do. And I keep saying the quarterback is everything. He got Jaden Daniels. He and Mike Denbrock completely changed Jaden Daniels, who was a guy that, showed things at Arizona State where you thought, okay, he can be a pretty good player, to a guy that's consistent, to a guy that plays smart, to a guy that avoids turnovers. They could even win it all this year. Honestly, I could see them easily winning it all this year.
You got great respect for Josh Heupel too. You got him 13th on this list already. Do you think Heupel can keep this thing rolling, even with the rule tweaks that could limit the number of plays and the pace of play that Tennessee likes to run at?
Well, I don't know how we can avoid not saying he can, or saying he's not going to continue to get better. Everywhere he's been, they've won big, and his quarterbacks have been ridiculously good. And we are in a pass league. We're in a pass sport right now, a vertical game sport. You got to be able to throw the ball. You got to be able to throw the ball downfield. And that's exactly what he does, as good or better than anyone. His offense is as good or better than anyone in the country. I don't know that the rules are going to slow him down, because they're still going to go fast. I mean, they might not get as many plays. They might get 5 or 6 less plays, but their tempo causes problems. Their tempo puts defenses in conflict. So I don't think that's going to change. And I know people are saying, what about Joe Milton? And we saw what Joe Milton looked like 2 years ago when he started out. Did you see Joe Milton against Clemson? That's a top 10 defense, Clemson, in the Orange Bowl. I think Joe Milton's going to have a big year. I don't know why anyone is at this point doubting what Josh Heupel can do. Now, can you get the players there, the elite guys? Because as you guys know, you got to have 5-star guys to win national championships. So can he get those guys there, those elite players, those elite D linemen, those elite guys in the secondary that make plays? I don't know. We'll have to see.
Sadly, in their last year of existence, I think the Pac-12 might have their best overall talent this year. Do you think the Pac-12 breaks through and gets a team in the college football playoff this year?
What's funny is Oregon State won 10 games last year. They lost to Washington by 3 points, and they lost to USC by 3 points. And those are games they both they could have and maybe should have won. You're looking at a team that's, a 12-win team there at that point. And no one's even talking about them. We're all talking about Oregon and Washington, USC and Utah. And Oregon State's a really good team. But you guys are right. I mean, Arizona's getting better. Arizona State, I think, will take a step under Kenny Dillingham. It's sad. It's sad. I really would have liked to have seen the Pac-12 stay together. But this, what a way to go out your last year. Force yourself into the playoffs.
All right, he is Matt Hayes. At Matt Hayes CFB on Twitter is where you follow him, and you read him at Saturday Down South, and check him out on 1010 XL there in Jacksonville. Matt, thank you very, very much for the time. Apologize for the confusion. Completely my fault, but have a great weekend.
Don't sweat it, Ryan. No problem. Anytime.
All right, buddy. Take care. Matt with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline.
And we're back to the Residence Inn Marriott right after this quick timeout. Top of the hour number 2 coming up next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before you're round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Hey, if you're starting to thin out up top, I got a name for you, Dr. Beckenstein. You've heard me talking about him on The Next Round. He is the guy you need to see. My hair has already doubled in thickness. I've been going to Dr. B for over a year now. Make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We appreciate Matt Hayes being with us on quick notice. We'll talk to Mike Lombardi coming up in the next segment. Did I get the first name right?
You did. Michael.
We'll talk to Michael Lombardi coming up in the next segment. A little NFL conversation with him as we get into the first full night. We had 2 games last night, a boatload of games tonight and tomorrow night in the NFL. We're again at the Residence Inn Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. We're back Monday in Birmingham in the studios. Next Thursday, 6 days from now, is our second anniversary party, our third kickoff party, as we get ready for another football season. We'll be at Walk-Ons out on Stadium Trace, just off I-459 and 150 there in Hoover at Stadium Trace. That Walk-Ons location, 5 o'clock until close. It's our kickoff party. Come hang out with us, and we'll have a good time there. Eat some great food, drink a little great drink, and get ready for another football season, much like we've done the last couple of years with our friends there at Walk-Ons. Looking so much forward to that coming up Thursday night next week in the Birmingham area. And then the following week, we're down at the Floribama on Thursday and Friday to get ready for the football season with the fine folks on the Gulf Coast on the 24th and the 25th. You can make plans to come see us then. Our friends at Odie's local had Rockstar out on Wednesday for trivia. And of course, they've got live music and great food starting tonight with another weekend.
Yeah, I'm not a huge live music guy unless I'm going to a concert of a band I like, but the live music in Ocean City has been great.
I love live music.
And live music every Friday and Saturday at Odie's. You can catch Rockstar every now and then. I really don't know who's playing tonight, but if you love live music, great place to go. Incredible food from Rodney Davis. For over 30 years, award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches, including that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light, inside or outside on that patio. Get in, watch a little preseason football tonight. Take it some live music. It's a Birmingham institution. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
We're the most ridiculous show ever. We really are.
We are. Hey, by the way,
just you reading all that sounded so ridiculous.
This dirty banana is a real thing.
It is.
I love them.
I do too. It is the Ocean City Bushwhacker.
Oh, it's the equivalent here in this town of what we get down on the beach.
That's right.
Yeah, they're available everywhere.
Different kind of drinks.
Yeah, but pretty close. I mean, they're in the same family, I'd say.
Same caloric family.
Yeah, probably so. They go down easy.
So we appreciate was that our bartender friend?
That was Christina that brought him.
I know Christina
Yeah,
brought him.
Kermit made them.
New money, but Kermit made them
Yeah.
over there in the bungalow bar just to our right here.
Kermit's got the best philosophy on life.
What is that, man? What is it? Share it with us. Don't hold all the secrets.
No, he doesn't want to be on camera. He's just he's like, live, have a great time, and don't worry about other people. Just enjoy yourself, be good to other people, live life.
I would agree. That's a good philosophy.
I think it's great.
Yeah.
As long as
He's
you're
a happy dude, man.
As long as you're not hurting anybody else. What's the big deal,
Absolutely.
right?
He's 58 years old. He's got 2 kids, very successful kids. And man, sitting down and just talking with him for a couple of hours it was enlightening.
Would you call him a Ocean City guru?
So he's been here. He moved here for a reason, for the laid back atmosphere. He wanted to get out of DC, and DC was just too much for him. And I think he now knows this entire town.
So he left the swamp and came here to Ocean City.
Came to the ocean.
I cannot believe how many people are from Annapolis. Like,
Yeah,
I didn't think Annapolis
that's wild.
I thought it was all about obviously naval base there.
Yeah.
The Naval Academy, but I didn't know it was like this massive town. But every other person we meet is from Annapolis.
It's crazy.
It's
It
an
really is.
affluent town. I always heard too.
It seems to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we met 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 business women and Bill, a
Who was with him?
businessman.
Businessman.
Yeah, and he does T-shirts for big
Taylor Swift
concerts.
tour, right?
Big concerts. He's done some Taylor Swifts. Like he's got certain venues around the area, and like in DC and Baltimore and other places. And he was in Birmingham. He's only been in Birmingham twice, he said. 1980 for some show, and then this past year, last summer, for the Garth Brooks show at Protective Stadium.
I've never said this on the air.
Oh, really? I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
He was at the Garth show?
Yeah.
Wow.
How lucrative that business can be. So the boss that I'm not supposed to name on air,
Right.
Bill, when he decided to make sure that I made less money than I've ever made, I had to get a little innovative. And so me and my ex-wife, Bethany, we started a T-shirt specialty business. And in 1 year, we made 40 grand just from T-shirts, just us, just going out and like soliciting clients. And I can't even imagine that guy's making millions of dollars on T-shirts.
He is, but the way they do it is I guess it's low risk because they don't print the T-shirts. He was explaining it to me. His wife was Kim, that like Beyonce, they'd come from the Beyonce concert the night before, and the Beyonce gear comes up on a truck, and they sign off the gear, however many millions of dollars worth of merchandise, and they put it in their kiosk or all around the arena, and then they sell it throughout the show, and then they go back and they give sell it back to them what they didn't sell, and they work out the cut and everything. But so they basically buy it all and then give it back to them, sell it back to them.
So when you walk in a basketball arena and everybody's got a shirt on their seat,
right,
the T-shirt companies are making about on a deal like that, they're probably making $50,000 to $75,000 one night.
Yeah, it's a good business if you're in the right place with the right people. But he's done Beyonce this week. He's done Beyonce and Pink, 2 big shows with them. And I was talking to his wife. I was like, do you like just oversee a booth? Do you get to see like the shows? And she's like, oh yeah, every show I get to.
Wow.
I get to see the live concert. And once the show starts, nobody's buying T-shirts, so I'm able to spin off and go in there and watch the show. So she sees a lot of good shows, which back to the live music, absolutely love it. All right, so here we go. Matt Hayes was on the show. And he has this list of ranking of coaches. Just a couple of things I want you guys to react to. First off, Kirby and Nick Saban 1 and 2. He discussed why he did that. He did have Dabo 3 out of everyone else going into the year. He had Dabo 3. So what do you think of that?
I think you've got to have Dabo 3. He's got multiple national championships. I mean, Ryan Day, Lincoln Riley, Brian Kelly, all elite coaches, in my opinion, but they haven't won a national championship.
Yeah, and this and Matt describes his criteria here, but some of this is the criteria you use. Like if you did this, if I'm starting an elite program, which coach would I hire today? I think Dabo would be a little bit lower. Like if give me an elite program, Texas. If Sark didn't work out next year, Texas has got to hire a coach, and let's assume for purposes of this discussion they can hire anybody.
Well, let's go realistic. He thinks Nick Saban retires after this year.
Alabama. Now Dabo's always complicated because of his association with Alabama. But let's assume Alabama could hire anybody like Greg Byrne. Somebody just the coaching fairy came down and tapped Greg Byrne on the shoulder with the magic wand and said, I'm going to mystically give you this message. You can hire any coach you want to hire in college football. They'll all say yes.
You two give me who you would hire if you could hire anybody. Everybody would say yes. If Nick Saban is gone, who would you hire?
Brian Kelly's age worries me a little bit. Only because
what is he? 58?
58, 60, somewhere in there. I mean, now I get a good decade out of him, don't I?
But he's not going to leave LSU.
No. In this scenario, he would. You remember the fairy came down and said, you can hire anybody.
I forgot about the fairy.
You didn't hear the fairy voice? Why does the fairy talk like this, Jim? It's Danny Fairy.
It's Danny
Fairy. That's the key.
Really good off the bench.
I know who I would hire.
I would like Brian Kelly, and boy, the chat room will hate this because he is so polarizing in the chat room. But I like Brian Kelly. I want to think on this for a second. I would say Lincoln Riley.
Oh, don't say Lincoln Riley.
I've never liked his.
Get the graphic ready, Forrester.
I've never appreciated. He's never had a commitment to defense he needs to have. That would be my hesitation.
Can you imagine what he could do with Alabama talent? I mean,
if he committed to coaching defense,
what you saw it last year with USC, they were a 4-win team 2 years ago.
I know, but
all right, Forrester. Here we go. Didn't think we'd get into Lincoln Riley, but I have a graphic.
Oh no, we got a graphic.
Fox Sports.
Graphic support?
It's from Fox Sports. Lincoln Riley. These are the only losses he has in college. But see if you see a pattern here.
All right.
Twice he's lost to Iowa State, Kansas State, and Utah. By the way, in looking at this graphic, I think Utah is going to be his Kansas State in the Pac-12. Utah is going to be his little pea under his bed as he tries to sleep at night.
You know, it's interesting. I got on the wrong side of Utah fans. You guys remember there was
I do.
3 games that I have loved more than any games in history, and one of them was USC against #1 Utah.
Yep.
People will forget
I remember
that.
it. No, I remember it
was
well.
in the Coliseum, and Utah had gone 100 years without winning in the LA Coliseum.
Yep.
Utah has USC's number right now.
Yeah, but and to your point, Iowa State, Kansas State, Utah, 6 losses in Lincoln Riley's career. He's had better talent than all of those in every one of those games.
I get that. I get that.
Yeah. Guys with better talents not supposed to lose those games. That's why Alabama loses so few games, because they've got better talent than everybody, right?
You know, I think this year, again, there's a lot of fascinating teams out there. You know, A&M, Auburn. To me, USC is fascinating for this. Last year in the Pac-12 to me is going to be the best it's ever been. And if you don't win the Pac-12 and go to a college football playoff this year, you start off with LSU in a Big Ten schedule next year. Like, I don't think they can navigate that next year. Yeah. So this is a huge year for Lincoln Riley.
The one losses are a lot more respectable, where he didn't always have the best talent. Lost once to Georgia, once to Texas, once to Alabama, once to LSU, once to Baylor, once to Oklahoma State, and once to Tulane. So those are all of his losses in college.
Yeah,
I will tell you, his legacy.
It's a weird group of teams, isn't it?
It is.
Would be much different if Oklahoma wins that game in overtime in the Rose Bowl against Georgia,
2017,
because they were good enough to beat Alabama that year. They were.
That was because they would have scored a lot of points. And if Alabama with Jalen Hurts in the first half had waited until halftime to switch to Tua, they may have not been in striking distance.
My argument is they wouldn't have had to. I think Oklahoma's defense was to the point that Alabama would not have had to switch to Tua.
Maybe
Jalen Hurts could have finished that game.
But Baker Mayfield was night and day better than Jake Fromm.
Oh, I agree completely. Yeah. I agree completely. But I just because, again, it's what always goes back to Lincoln Riley. Just because they had a really good offense, you saw in the second half of that game, they could not stop Georgia. Couldn't stop them. But the whole Lincoln Riley deal is his losses are very much different than Ryan Day's. You just showed that list of some random teams on there. Ryan Day loses only to playoff teams or in the playoffs. That's it. Now, Oregon is the lone exception, a 10-win Oregon team.
But that's not the case with
That's not the case with Lincoln Riley. I mean, you saw some, an Iowa State in there, a couple Kansas States in there, not awful teams. Tulane. Now, the Tulane loss, I'm willing to discount that a little bit. That's a bowl game. I don't put a ton of emphasis on bowl games that are not in the college football playoff.
Right.
I hate to take that away from Tulane. Huge win for them. I don't mind them celebrating it, but I'm also not going to ding Lincoln Riley for losing that game.
We'll get back to the NFL coming up on the other side. Michael Lombardi will be with us. He'll join us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The show from Ocean City being brought to you by the guy who changed up the bathrooms in both these guys' houses, our friends at A+.
That's my man, Brad Bell. So when my wife and I bought our house back in 2015, it had a bathroom in it. It wasn't a terrible bathroom. It just wasn't what we wanted. We wanted something that looked different. So my wife said, all right, we'll redo the bathroom. Well, you know how it goes when you're a homeowner, right? You kick that can down the road. You spend that money elsewhere. You turn around, you've been in the house a decade and you haven't done it. We're approaching a decade in the house. So my wife said, we're doing it this year. So she scoured the internet to find the right person to do it. She talked to contractors. She read reviews about contractors. She talked to people that use certain contractors. She selected Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. I'm glad she did. He came in and took a bathroom we didn't like, said, what do you guys want to see in it? We told him, and he did it exactly to our specifications. It looks awesome. He's done the same thing for Lance. In fact, if you saw the before and after that Scott showed you, mine was kind of a bright white bathroom, went darker. Lance was darker, went a little bit lighter. So that just shows you Brad's not going to come in with some plan in mind. He wants to do it to your specifications. It's what he did for us. You can call him anywhere in Alabama. He can help you. 205-422-1758. That is 205-422-1758. That is my man, Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. Kitchens, master bath. It's where you get your money back when you sell the home. It's what he does best. Kitchens and master bath. Call Brad, 205-422-1758.
Always sunny in Ocean City after this.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville. The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali. Football season is here and home buying season is as well. Let Holly Mack Wilson coach you through the stressful home buying process. From the first quarter to the end of the game, you will be the center of her attention. Holly Mack Wilson will guard your money, ensuring you get the best deal possible. In the end, you will touch down in the home of your dreams. She will intercept bad offers and she will never fumble the ball when it comes to your money and your dream home. If you use Holly Mack Wilson's home buying skills, you will be running back to the bank with all the money she has saved you. Now you may think, what a bunch of goofy play on words. But with Holly Mack Wilson, selling your home and getting into your dream home is no joke. She is a true professional and is the realtor you can trust. That's why she sold 70 homes last year and has certifications in negotiation and the buying and selling process. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or look her up online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, you're anywhere in Alabama. Keller Williams Realtor Coach. Play ball. Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Hey, we're back here at Ocean City Bayside behind us, the Atlantic Ocean over there. I had a feeling in the commercial break somebody just caught a marlin.
Why do you have that feeling?
I don't know. I just don't think they'll go 0 for the week in the 50th White Marlin Open.
Steak bet?
That would be.
Oh yeah,
that would be a landmine.
But that's a random feeling you had. Like, I'm just.
Do I get white or blue marlin? Any marlin?
I mean, does it count if they get a blue marlin?
Yeah, there's a whole category for white, blue, and swordfish, and all 3 categories have been 0.
What if it's Marlin Anderson? What if they reel him out? Does that count?
Where is Marlin?
I couldn't tell you, man. I haven't thought of that name in
Pretty good
forever.
baseball
What about Sterling Marlin? What if they reel it in and Sterling Marlin flops up out of the water and he's in the boat with his toupee?
I mean,
would that count?
just for the humor that this is their 50th anniversary, I will go steak. There are 0 marlins that are caught.
Okay, I think we catch one. I feel like it just, market at 11.
Today's last day, right?
Is it?
It is the last day. It's for all the money.
11:24 Central. I feel like that's when, in the commercial break, we just caught our first marlin. Michael Lombardi in a second. Let me know when he's up.
We'll do that.
Are we doing it?
Yeah, it's a stake bet. I've got a marlin being caught today somewhere off the coast. I mean, my God, how many hooks are in the water right now? There's 400 boats out there.
The only thing that scares me is we might have a hurricane blowing in now.
Could you imagine somebody reeling Sterling Marlin in out of the water? Oh man, I thought I'd won all the money. I just got a old NASCAR driver.
Show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City. If a storm does blow in, that guy can get up there and fix anything on your roof. He's the guy you want on that roof. Trust me. He's the guy that gets up there and takes care of everything for you. You can look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. That helps you when it comes time to replace that roof after a storm. But he gives you a free no-cost roof inspection as well. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. All the warranties and the A+ rating. You can't beat that. And that free no-cost roof inspection. It's Greg from Pell City. Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned for over 20 years. 205-542-3531. Or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Terrific guy there. Last night in the NFL, C.J. Stroud did not look great, but the Texans did win the game. And that's good for D'Amico Ryans, right? You want to set a little bit of a tone?
He's going to be a hell of a coach.
To win some games?
Yeah, he's one of these culture guys. So I think players will buy in. He was an outstanding defensive coordinator. He is such a likable guy. I think he's going to be a superstar. The problem is they just don't have a lot of talent right now.
I understand that. Well, they're rebuilding.
That's how you draft that early.
Yeah, that's how you draft 2 picks that early, Brown. Remember, they went Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud back to back, right?
Yeah.
I didn't see anything on Will. Did he play last night? I did not get a chance to watch every drop of the game.
We watched the game, but I really have no idea.
Yeah, I could not see. So
is he 31 again?
I don't know. Check. Let me know in the chat room if you got a chance to watch Will last night. And I don't even know if he played. I didn't see anything about him in the stats or anything. Looking forward to his NFL career coming up.
By the way, I've got 3 plays tonight in the preseason. I've got 6 plays overall, 3 baseball, 3 NFL preseason. Lance'sLock.com. 6 straight winners for you.
All right. So go there, Lance'sLock.com. Sign up for football season as well and get ready to go. While we wait on Lombardi here, do you have an update on the Waddle injury? Have you heard anything about your boy Jalen Waddle?
And they play tonight. Miami does. They were in a scrimmage with Atlanta, and they play tonight. They were doing, like they do in the preseason. They'll go to Atlanta, or Atlanta came to Miami, and they'll scrimmage for a week and then play a preseason game.
Right.
And he was banged up in that. No further report. I haven't seen Miami comment on it, so I can only suppose that it was nothing that was a big deal. I mean, you heard by now if he was out for the year or if he was having surgery.
I thought about this the other night.
By the way, that's a free play.
What?
I got the Falcons tonight.
Oh, boy.
Falcons against Miami's the free play at Lance'sLock.com. Follow us on social media as we go back to Lance'sLock.com. Taylor will keep sending out a lot of great videos, maybe the best one of all time yesterday with the Astros and Mets pick. Just a funny video that also gave you a couple of winners yesterday in baseball. So that's always good right there at Lance'sLock.com. So while we wait on Lombardi to join the show, as I was saying, the Red Zone becomes part of the streaming platform now. You'll still be able to get the Red Zone and the NFL Network on your cable provider and such, but they're going streaming as well, NFL Plus. Eventually, they will give it direct to customer, probably exclusively. But $14.99 a month, you get the Red Zone as well.
So that's my NFL Network. See, my dad,
NFL Plus, and that gives you NFL Network and the Red Zone for $14.99 a month.
So my dad, obviously they live in Jacksonville now, over in Calhoun County, and whoever their cable provider is.
Shout out to Randy Brown.
Shout out to Randy Brown. Whoever the cable provider is, and I cannot remember the name of the company.
Spectrum.
Could be, don't know. They do not offer NFL Network. So, I mean, you're crap out of luck on these preseason games. Almost all of them are on the NFL Network. So he's always texting me like, well, can I see this game or not? So, I mean.
So what was the joint we went to last night to watch?
Fishtails.
Yeah, and we thought for a minute, we walked in, we were like, damn, I bet they don't have the NFL Network.
Yeah, but boy, they did.
Having it.
Yep. Michael Lombardi is with us now. Let's talk some NFL with him. You can follow him on Twitter at @MLombardiNFL, and you get the GM Shuffle podcast there, the Daily Coach. A lot of great content there from Michael Lombardi. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's been all over America. Michael, I know we normally talk to you from our studios in Birmingham. We are Bayside here in Ocean City, Maryland, not New Jersey, but Maryland.
Wow.
You may have spent a night or two here in Ocean City, Maryland. I do not know.
I have never spent a night, and I got to tell you, when you grow up in a beach town like I have, when you live on the Jersey Shore, you don't really know any other Jersey Shore towns. So I know of Ocean. I've never been to Ocean City, Maryland. I've been to Ocean City, New Jersey, born and raised, but never there.
That was why I went that way. I knew Mike was from Ocean City, New Jersey, so I thought, well, maybe he's frequented all the Atlantic Coast towns.
Brown's acting like you guys had some kind of trade
agreement
to a sister city or something like that.
No,
something like that. So I want to ask you tonight's game. How much are you looking for Jordan Love? Will he play at all tonight for Green Bay against Cincinnati? And how has his preseason gone to date?
Well, it's hard to tell. I don't get a chance to watch Green Bay practices, but look, I think Green Bay is going to be a good team. They're over win total 7.5. Last year in the last 5 games of the season, they held their opponents to 16 points. The problem was they turned the ball over. They held Detroit to 34 points in 2 games. The problem was they turned it over 5 times and didn't get a turnover out of Detroit. So I think if Love stays within himself, if he does what a young quarterback should do, which is take the profits. Don't try to be a hero. Let the offensive line help him. Let those 2 really good running backs really help him along. And so I think he's got a chance. There were young receivers. Watson came along late last year. He was playing well. So, I think when you have guys like they have, I mean, especially Aaron Jones or A.J. Dillon, I mean, you've got talented players that all he needs to do is play within himself.
So we're in Ravens country, and we had this discussion last night, and I love the Ravens this year. AFC North or the AFC East, toughest division?
I think it's the North. I really think it's the North because, look, Pittsburgh's really good. We talk about turnovers. Pittsburgh went 7-2 the last 9 games of the year last year. And in those games, one of them they lost to Baltimore because they turned the ball over 3 times. But, I mean, they turned the ball over twice. But they protected the football. Their defense got really good at the end of the year. I mean, after the Cincinnati game where they gave up 37 points, they didn't give up, they averaged giving up 13 points for the remaining games. So they were really good. And Pickett protected the football well. And, they're not going to be pretty. I mean, Pittsburgh's not going to be pretty offensively. They're going to be, Najee Harris run the ball, make some big plays, rely on their defense. I think they're good. Baltimore, we're going to see what the new Todd Monken offense looks like. I mean, look, you've got to keep elements of that run game intact with Baltimore. Last year, even though he missed all the games, Lamar was still their leading rusher. So you still have to do, you got to be able to run the ball if you're Baltimore. Cincy, they can't start 5-4 like they have the last 2 years. If they do, they will not be in the playoffs. I mean, this is too hard a division to overcome. And then, Cleveland, I think, is really one of the most talented teams in the North. They've got to play to that talent, and Deshaun Watson's got to play to the contract.
Michael Lombardi is with us. You can follow him on Twitter at @MLombardiNFL, MLombardiNFL. and you get all of his stuff there. Also, go listen to his podcast, same place you get our stuff, GM Shuffle Pod, and the Daily Coach there at the Daily Coach. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The sexy pick for everyone, Michael, in the offseason, of course, is going to be Detroit. The way they finished the year last year, the way their offense has played. Are you in or out on the Detroit Lions in the playoff this year?
You know, I'm a little bit in between. I look. Let me just give you an example. They were really playing well at the end of the year. Okay, they were playing really well at the end of the year, and Pittsburgh was playing well. I equate Pittsburgh and Detroit the same. Only the media is all over Detroit because they're sexy. No one's all over Pittsburgh. But they both played Carolina at the end of the year, and Carolina just whooped Detroit. Just took them, gained over 500 yards of offense, rushed for 350 yards. And Pittsburgh whooped Carolina. Now, I don't know what that means, but I know this. I think Detroit's got to take a huge step. I don't know if they can protect the ball as well as they did last year. Goff, after the 5 turnovers against Dallas coming off the bye week, only turned the ball over twice for the rest of the season. That's hard to do, especially as good as they are offensively. I just think it's going to be – I think Green Bay is going to be a better team than most people think. Minnesota will be improved defensively because of Brian Flores coaching the defense. So I think it'll be – look, I'm not in love with the Bears. I don't think the Bears are going to make any Mother May I steps forward, especially anybody's talking about Justin Fields as the MVP when you consider that he only threw for 2,200 yards last year. It's hard to be the MVP if you don't throw the ball.
Yeah, I've had a chance to cover Nick Saban now for over 15 years, and I've heard him rave about a handful of players, but none like he has about Bryce Young. That transition from Alabama to the NFL now, how do you project Bryce out as his career gets ready to jump off this weekend?
Well, I think for me and Bryce, it really has been the best way to evaluate. I started out not believing in Bryce. I started out, look, the guy's too short, he's too small, there's no chance. And then when you watch him, and then you study the tape, and you see his instincts and his awareness and his arm is not to be denied. His arm is really good. Then all of a sudden you see what Nick's seeing, and unless you study it on tape, it's easy to dismiss him as an undersized quarterback. I don't. I think he's really talented. I think he has that rare instinct that quarterbacks have to have, which is great anticipation, feel the rush, move the pocket, Drew Brees-like. I think he's going to be great I don't think it was really a hard decision to pick him over C.J. Stroud. He was by far the best player. Chicago would have not traded the pick had he been 6'2". I don't think Chicago should have traded the pick anyway, but because he was short, they did. I think, to me, this kid's got unique ability, instincts, and arm strength and arm talent. And what he has, too, is what all great quarterbacks have to have is great leadership skills.
So over the last 20 years, NFC East, the most unpredictable division out there. But I find it hard to believe Philadelphia doesn't make the playoffs in the NFC. Would you agree?
I would agree. Look, Washington's 8-8 last year. One of the best red zone teams in all the league, one of the best third down teams on defense. Couldn't create turnovers was their big problems defensively. Offensively, they just were not good enough. They just made too many critical mistakes at critical moments. And so, but yet they beat Philadelphia in Philly. They beat Philly in Philly and then spotted them a touchdown with their offense. They strip sack, touchdown on Heineke early in the game, and they still beat them. So they're a good team. You can't dismiss them. I don't think the Giants are a playoff team. I really don't. I think people will catch up to the Giants. And Dallas, typically has got a lot of good talent on paper. Whether it all comes together, I don't know. It should. They're really good defensively. And if they play to the strength of their defense, which is control the ball. Last year, their defense was on the field for almost 31 minutes. With an offense that's pretty good. You got to control the pace of games if you're going to win them.
He is Michael Lombardi. You can go follow him on Twitter, and we suggest you do that at Lombardi NFL, GM Shuffle Pod, at the Daily Coach. Michael has come on our show many times. I always enjoy having him on. I think, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Michael, but I think you, and if you said this as a lifelong Dolphins fan, I'm hoping you are wrong one day. Tua can't play. Did I remember those words coming out of your mouth?
Yeah, look, I think Tua is really limited in terms of, his arm strength, his size, can he stay healthy? He's got great rhythm, and I think those receivers really help him tremendously. But to me, he's got, they didn't pick up the 5th-year option yet. I mean, they did, but they haven't extended his contract. So I think there's some doubts about that. And I think it's going to take some time. Look, he's got to stay healthy. Last year, both quarterbacks in Miami got hurt. The Miami offensive line isn't good enough. Can Tua stay healthy? I think that's the main question. He's got great rhythm, great time. They threw the ball. They were the 31st team in rushing attempts last year. I don't think they do Tua any favors by not trying to run the ball to take the pressure off him, but they're so obsessed with making Tua seem like he's better than Justin Herbert, which he's not. And I think that's the biggest issue. Look, I don't want him to get hurt. I want him to be a good player. But to me, when he doesn't have Tyreek Hill or Waddle, it's not the same.
That was the point of the show where I was hoping Michael would say, I watched him last year, though, and I'm starting to back off on that. But
big Dolphins fan,
yeah.
Lombardi.
So, listen, Michael, we always appreciate the time.
If you're
it is
a Dolphin
great.
fan, you got to get on your head coach. You got to get your head coach to be a head coach, and start managing the game to where it helps the players. I mean, you can't lose quarterbacks at that rate, especially when your offensive line isn't that good.
Great point.
Oh, gosh. I so much enjoyed that interview until the very end there. Just bad news for my Dolphins. Michael, thank you very much for the time. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the preseason.
Thanks,
we always appreciate it.
So can I bring something up?
Oh, sure, Lance.
When's the last time you guys saw an Army basketball game?
I'll be honest with you. It was one Saturday morning. Not this basketball season. The basketball
CBS
season
Sports Network.
CBS Sports Network. Just flipping through the channels, and
I've
it
got
was
a
on. I
point.
stopped for a second. It was Army Navy.
So they've got two historic coaches, right?
Mike Krzyzewski and Bob Knight.
Right. I think they're head basketball coaches out here.
You think that's him?
That can't be their head basketball.
I guarantee it is.
The guy who just took 2 chairs from our compound.
Yeah, his entire family is decked out in Army basketball gear.
It could be the radio play-by-play guy.
Could be.
I guarantee he's the head
All
basketball.
right, I'm going to look him up.
Doesn't it feel odd that he would vacation so close to Annapolis?
That's true. That's enemy territory.
And also on the water, which seems to be a very Navy thing to do as well.
Hey, you know what? I think Lance is correct on this. I think Lance nailed this.
Yeah.
I think the Army head basketball coach.
Let's get him on.
Well, I'm sure that's what he wants to do on vacation with his family, is come talk to a podcast that I don't know what question I would ask
I'm
him.
going to say they have they limitations when they recruit.
Yeah.
So I don't think it would be a bad idea for him to come on. What's his name?
Kevin Kuwik.
Kevin Kuwik.
Kevin Kuwik.
Where's his coaching tree?
It's going to take me a minute to pull up his.
While you're doing that, I'll
resume.
tell you about our friends at Wayne's, celebrating 50 years with our friends at Wayne's. You can get $50 off all their platforms at Wayne's. Just go to callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com. Pest control, termite protection, lawn care, mosquito service. That's what you have with Wayne's. They've been doing it better than anybody else for 50 years. You can save $50, you can save $100, $150 or more when you use our promo code TNR. Promo code TNR at callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, or 866 Wayne's 1, the best in pest control, termite protection, lawn care service, mosquito service. It's our friends at Wayne's celebrating 50 years. Brownie?
Butler. Came here from Butler. He has got, there is no association with the Maryland Atlantic Coast.
Okay, I
He's
do.
never coached close to here, nothing.
Dunaway, I know it's your show, you're running it, but I would love to get him on just to talk about the state of college basketball. Nate Oates, Bruce Pearl.
Yeah.
All right, here's what's ahead. You tell me.
I'm going to vote no.
If you can get him in the next segment, it's fine with me. Keith comes with us at 11. Is that still happening?
That is happening.
We're talking wrestling at 11. Then we do trash, where New Money will be reading trash. Then another short segment. Then we got Buster Only. Then anything after that. For the final 40 minutes of the show. So that's what's ahead today on TNR. Quick break here. We got Tyler's viewing menu when we come back. Rockstar's off today taking care of little Cord, and hopefully you're watching Rockstar. Chances Rockstar is watching.
That'd be a 0.
In between wiping up vomit.
0.0.
Yeah, but I told him to wear goggles. That young baby's projectile vomiting, when you get that stomach bug, it comes. They don't give you a warning. It's coming out.
So do you think he's going to be shocked when I say, hey, Coach Kuwik, can you join us?
Yeah. Again, I think that would be shocking to him. Yeah.
On his vacation.
On his vacation, out on a pool by that somebody wants to interview him on vacation on a pool deck. Yeah, I think that would shock him.
He'll do it. He'll be on next segment, guaranteed.
Back in a moment on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali. It's time for the ultimate football season kickoff party presented by Rotary District 6860. It's the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, Saturday, August 19th from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's all at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook. The event benefits the Critical Care Transport Unit at Children's of Alabama. For more information, visit boilingandbragging.org. We'll see you there on a Saturday night, August 19th at Odie's. More details at boilingandbragging.org. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Back with you on the next round. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at New Life Art LT. Tell us about New Life Art as we get ready for the viewing menu.
Crimson Legacy continues. The next masterwork in oils from our friend Daniel A. Moore. Go to DanielMooreArt.com to order right now. DanielMooreArt.com. See all of his beautiful work from the last, how long's Daniel Moore been doing this?
Long time.
Long time. Was the first the goal line stay in 1979?
I think that is it. I can't swear to it, but I would say that's probably it.
DanielMooreArt.com.
What do you got, Tyler?
All right, tonight in theaters, you got a new release. It's called The Last Voyage of the Demeter. This is based off a single chapter of Bram Stoker's Dracula, and it tells how Dracula gets from Transylvania to London, and it will feature him haunting the people on the cruise ship that gets him there. And then,
is there a character, Tyler, in your opinion, that's been more portrayed in movies more than Dracula?
Probably not, since that was written in 1897, I think.
What about you, LT? You think more people than Dracula?
I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. And I'm trying to think
Superman
about
a little bit.
The best
a lot of them.
Dracula movie I've seen. Like, I didn't mind Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Right.
Like, I thought Gary Oldman was a pretty good Dracula. But I don't know. But probably.
What else, Tyler? What else do you have for us?
All right. Not much else in the way of new releases today. But at 6:30 on MTV, you've got a little Behind the Music marathon. You've got LL Cool J, Fat Joe, and Lil Wayne. And then later tonight at 7:30 on BBC, one of my favorite movies of all time, Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice, very good. The early likable Alec Baldwin. Gina Davis, Michael Keaton, Winona Ryder.
You know, I
Jim Dunaway?
have a Beetlejuice costume that I bought for the very first Halloween show.
Right.
Up at the station.
Did you not wear it?
I did not. I remember I went last minute Lane Kiffin with golf balls and mustard bottles and all of that. And then last year I had the great Ken in a box that the roommate used to put together for me.
Right.
So I still have it hanging in the closet. I went and bought it, but I thought to myself, you know, everyone's doing their own creation. It's going to be so crappy to be store bought with the Beetlejuice.
You know what's funny is that creation that Marianne put together for you was like ahead of its time. Like I think this year but Halloween will be a lot of Barbies and Kens. Would you agree?
Oh, absolutely. But she did that knowing that the Barbie movie was coming out, because I remember her talking about that it was going to be a big thing coming up.
I thought it was going to be a major flop.
Yeah. $1 billion it has passed. By the way, Taylor Swift is going to hit $1 billion. She has passed Elton John's farewell tour, Yellow Brick Road farewell tour, which did hold the record at $900+ million.
You know, Jeremy, the chef that was on the show yesterday, we went to his restaurant last night. His son's a musician, plays in a lot of local bands, coming to Birmingham in September. 16 years old, by the way. A very talented kid. But he was talking about his favorite artist is Elton John.
It's Elton John. That's right. So that's what Taylor Swift has just passed on another $1 billion thing. $1 billion Barbie, now $1 billion Taylor tour this on this summer of 2023. Brown has information, it looks like, on his face over there. What do you have, man?
I'm just on my face. I am reading, does the Army coach still smell the alcohol on LT's breath as he asked this? We get a live look at LT's sales skills to see if he can pull this guy. LT supporting a hard buzz, love the edibles. I hope it's not the real coach, but he pretends to be and comes on and says random stuff about college.
I just want to tell you, nobody dresses both their daughters in Army basketball gear if they're not the head coach.
Mr. B, who wants to be interviewed by a drunk radio salesman?
Wow.
Troy says, dang no coach. And then a lot of Dracula stuff.
Wow. Mr. B loves me.
You know, can't deny that you had a few.
Well, I think we all had a few.
I haven't done the show with a towel over my head. I think that may be what some people are referencing too.
The only reason the towel was on my head was where I could check text messages.
It just looks so absurd. You look like you were in the middle of the desert.
I'll have 4 downs coming up a little bit later on. And we're here at the 50th White Marlin Open, where we're waiting on the first white, blue, or any marlin to be caught. We'll take the white, blue, or Miami marlin to be caught. If so, I'll win a steak today in the final day of this 50th trip out on the waters just off the coast of Ocean City, Maryland. I'm going to move forward just in case the Army coach doesn't come on. Keith the Wrestler is up at the top of the hour. Buster Olney coming up at 12 noon Central Time, 1 Eastern. Today is the 50th anniversary, I'm told, of the genre of hip hop. LT, it's your favorite genre. It's the 50th anniversary, I'm told, of that.
What makes it the?
I don't know. That's why I was going to ask LT, where would you, in your opinion, say hip hop started? So 50 years ago takes us back to when?
For me, it was Run DMC. I mean, that was the first hip hop that I embraced, and then from Run DMC, I went to NWA. And those are the guys I grew up with.
So what is 50 years ago now? What is
50 years ago is 73.
Ooh, that's a long time.
It's a long time. So that would be like Grandmaster Flash. But for me, it was mid 80s. I remember like riding around listening to It's Tricky, Run DMC back in the day. And it was the first time I had ever heard hip hop. And
like in my high school days, the hotel, motel, I guess that was considered hip hop then, right?
It was. And like even
Sugarland or something like that.
For minutes, like Tone Loc, MC Hammer, Sir Mix-a-Lot, those were like well-played radio hip hop artists.
Right.
And I just remember listening to those guys all the time. But NWA was my absolute favorite. I mean, you think about what came out of that. I mean, Ice Cube, probably the best rap lyricist of all time. Dr. Dre, by far the best producer of all time. Eazy-E, just an incredible frontman that was an ex-drug dealer that they needed somebody to actually be the lead, and they got him to come in and do the lyrics. And it was just an amazing collection. MC Ren, which nobody knows. Yella, nobody knows.
I'll let you get do the introductions. You're going to get him set up here. While you're doing that, I'll tell everybody about our friends down at the University of Montevallo. A wonderful, wonderful Division II, fully funded, 18 scholarship. 23 NCAA Division II fully funded sports. University of Montevallo, awesome place to go to school. If you got a son or daughter looking for a place to go to school, schedule that in-person tour right now at montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. LT, introduce us to our
the Army basketball coach, Kevin Kuwik, who didn't think he would be recognized in Ocean City, enemy territory. I mean, everybody here is from Annapolis. What are you doing in Ocean City?
I was trying to go under the radar, but obviously you guys are just coast to coast. You just can't get anything by y'all.
Yeah. Well, I told him, I said, the one thing this guy does not want to do is be on vacation with family and interview with us. So I don't blame you if you just take the headset off and go back to the pool.
Hey, we'll take every piece of publicity, hopefully good, that we can get.
And look, it is and I brought this up. Like, I can't remember the last time I watched Army basketball. No disrespect, but like the heritage, the coaching legacy. When you look at Bobby Knight, Mike Krzyzewski, I mean, it's got great history. How do you bring Army back to the old heyday?
Well, my name begins with K and I'm Polish, but I don't know. I got a long way to go, obviously. You just take it one day at a time. Rome wasn't built in a day. We have awesome guys, crazy landscape now with the transfer portal and NIL right now. And, I'm lucky. I'm coaching, a bunch of dudes that are in it for something bigger than themselves. They love their brothers. They celebrate their success. They're just as happy getting the assists as they are scoring the basket themselves. That's getting harder and harder to find these days. So I'll start with that. We'll work with it. Let's see what we can do.
I believe these things all work out. We're meeting you now, and somehow I think you're going to be playing our buddy Andy Kennedy at UAB or Nate over in Tuscaloosa in Alabama or Bruce down at Auburn soon. And we're going to be like, hey, remember us? We interrupted your vacation.
Yeah.
These crazy Alabama dudes.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, but how about the coaches in the state of Alabama?
Outstanding. I'm from Buffalo originally, so obviously Nate did a great job up there. And God, he brought he was a high school coach in Michigan. I was at Dayton. He brought EC Matthews down to visit us. I mean, he's scratched his clawed his way from the bottom level all the way to the top, and he's clearly really, really good at what he does.
I joked with him in an interview last summer about it was just a handful of years ago. He was selling candy bars and snacks out of the trunk of his car to raise money for his basketball program, and now he's running Alabama with like a $3 million NIL budget. I mean, it does change fast in your profession.
Well, I'll tell you guys the crazy thing, when I was at Dayton, I was there for 6 years, and I want to say our record against the SEC was like 10-2, and I want to say we went 1, 2, 3. I want to say we went 3-0 or 4-0 against Alabama. And you look at now the coaches in the SEC, back then I feel SEC basketball was a bit of an afterthought. They kind of made their teams play some tough home and homes with teams like Dayton. They weren't going to pony up for as many guarantees. And now, you got, Rick Barnes and Calipari, Pearl. Awesome coaches. And SEC's as good as gets, I think.
Coach Kevin Kuwik with us. He is the Army coach. A little off script here. Do you deal with NIL at Army? Is there an NIL element at all to that? Don't. So it will never factor in.
I never say never, but right now that's our situation, and that's the way it is.
Like David Robinson played at Navy. If you had a chance to get a David Robinson, the NIL game might.
Well, I don't even know if Navy knew what they were getting when they got David Robinson, and he grew 6 inches, and one of the best players in the history of the NBA.
Elite 8, by the way, for Navy.
I know. If that happens in the next 4 or 5 years, I wouldn't be complaining. That's for sure.
Well, will you promise me then you get that next huge paycheck, you'll still come here to our friends at Residence Inn Marriott and stay here?
That sounds great, guys. I'm enjoying doing this with you.
So I see your 2 little girls over there. When do you put a basketball in the hand? Has it already happened?
Oh yeah, no. We were in Indiana last year at Butler, and they started them young. That state basketball is religion. So Natalie was 5, and they had a 5-year-old little girls league, really well coached, and so it was good. They're around it. They'll figure it out.
What is your best basketball experience ever?
Oh geez, I'd have to say at Dayton, going to the Elite 8. We were an 11 seed. We knocked off Ohio State coach Mata, who was, I was working for Archie Miller. We both had worked for Thad at Ohio State.
So, I remember me and so Ryan to your left, our daughters were on the same volleyball team, and that game was going on when we were at the volleyball game.
I remember that. Yeah.
But I was checking scores nonstop.
So we knocked them. I had coached Aaron Kraft when he was a freshman. We knocked them off at the buzzer. Then we're in Buffalo, my hometown. We turn around and we beat Syracuse, who was a 3 seed by a couple points. We go to the Sweet 16. Stanford had knocked off number 2 Kansas, so we get Stanford in an 11-10 game in the Sweet 16. We knocked them off, and you're playing the number 1 overall seed Florida to go to the Final Four. They had a great squad. We didn't quite have enough for them, but it was a unbelievable ride. And the way University of Dayton follows their basketball team, as SEC football guys, that's what I would kind of compare it to.
Well,
like that.
do me a favor when you have to call the SID, your sports information person, say, hey, by the way, I just did an impromptu video just to give you a heads up. Tell them the show does interview Nate Oates and Bruce Pearl and Andy Kennedy and Nick Saban.
That's right. Yeah.
We're legit. We're just
we've had Roy Williams on, John Wooden back in the day,
Bobby Huggins. I mean,
Guys, I didn't even flinch. There was never a doubt in my mind that this was as big time as it gets. I'm just glad to be sitting here with you.
I got him in the parking lot, by the way, unloading his SUV.
I'm sure he was thrilled.
Hey, we're just glad to be noticed. It's awesome.
Yeah.
We're year 1 for me, and Patriot League's obviously not top of mind to most college basketball fans, but some really good coaches, awesome kids, great schools, and we're gonna get to play Indiana this year, so it'll be a little Bobby Knight type of deal with West Point against Indiana. Excited about that. I got 3 guys from Indiana, so chance for those guys to go home. So hey, hopefully November 12th, there's Army basketball. Hopefully people we give them reason to take
pulling
notice.
for you.
Yeah, you won a lot of fans here. Not our fan base is our fan base, but you won a lot of fans here.
Yeah.
Take what we can get.
We appreciate it.
And I will tell you that much like the old classic Woodstock, you didn't know what genre. Next, we're about to interview a former professional wrestler.
Right.
Then we're going to do a segment called Trash on the Table. So
I feel right
fantastic. Thank you for your
Thank you,
time.
Coach. Good
Top
to
of
see
the hour here at Residence Inn Marriott. We are back after this on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles, and our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention next round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards, and there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Second half of the show, we're about to introduce you to our host up here this week, but LT right here is going to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap first.
823-2212, cap it, don't snap it. Last thing you want to do in this heat, get on the roof. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. Our friend Chris Stewart, been in business for more than 20 years. Lifetime warranty. For more information, guttercapbirmingham.com.
All right, everybody. Keith Whisenant is with us. He is the general manager of this facility, the Marriott property here in Ocean City, Maryland, the Residence Inn. That's what he does by day. His backstory is what we're going to get into a little bit, though.
You can tell our arms are about the same, right?
Yeah.
Look at these arms.
This guy's got an interesting backstory we're going to discuss.
Don't you laugh, New Money.
Yeah, New Money's then going to do trash for us. First of all, though, thank you for hosting us. You guys have rolled out the red carpet for us here. I mean, I cannot overstate. I said this at dinner last night. Like, we walked in the restaurant and everybody's like, "It's the podcast guys from Birmingham." I mean, they're going crazy. And I'm like, man, this town has embraced us like they've known us forever. It's crazy.
Well, I got to tell you, been a fan of you guys for a long time. Recognize like how great a group this is. And we're totally honored the fact that you would even come up here and enjoy our area. And, it gives us the opportunity to share something totally different with you guys. I'm hoping you had the most excellent time.
Oh, incredible.
And, rolling out the red carpet was the idea. You've definitely already made an impression on the city.
Hey, I'll tell you.
Police
So,
have called me about Lance.
they doubt a lot of things I do. And so when I said, hey, we're going to go to Ocean City, they were like, what in the hell? And it's kind of like the Army coach. You guys are glad we had him on now.
Oh, absolutely. I was kidding with you. I was happy to have him on.
But, this was one of those things that you and I tried to orchestrate 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And logistically, I didn't think it was ever going to happen because everything legitimately is 2.5 hours away from Ocean City.
100%.
But if you fly into Salisbury, where you got us to fly in, it's a short drive.
It's easy. It's a quick trip. And when you go to leave tomorrow, you'll be like very thankful because it'll take you 5 minutes to get on the plane, get past the sheriff's deputy, and you're good. So that's security. It's going to easy trip out. But I mean, it's super convenient. We're 2.5 hours from everything. We're 3.5 hours from New York City. We even have guests. I was telling Ryan last night. We are heavily permeating into Canada. Like all the snowbirds come down. We're a heavy golf destination. We didn't even get to discuss golf.
I know. We're bringing our clubs next time, me and Dunaway.
Exactly. It's like a little Myrtle Beach here. So, I mean, we definitely, we try to attract as many people from outside the environment that haven't enjoyed it yet.
Yeah, and from Birmingham, it's just a quick flight to Charlotte, a really inexpensive quick flight to Charlotte. Charlotte to Salisbury, boom, you're here at Ocean City, Maryland.
They're about to open Delta, so it will be
Delta's coming.
Birmingham to Atlanta and then straight to Salisbury.
So you go two different ways there. So it works out really good there. I mean, it's the same, flight. You still have to get here. You see Atlanta or Charlotte.
Airports are airports.
But options. You're telling me about options.
Yeah.
And competitive pricing to at that point.
And Delta's a better airline.
We're
bringing it classy down here, guys.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I hope American's good for at least one more day.
That's it.
Hey, they were great on Wednesday.
They were fantastic.
Talking them out. They were fantastic.
What are we in store for today?
Well, the hope is to get you guys down to the final weigh-ins, and I was really impressed at the fact that Jimmy Landmine's status transcended time zones and has really made its place in the White Marlin Open. If we
do we still have zero? Do we still have zero Marlins?
As far as I know, yeah. It might have happened. once
No, is
ever.
there a live scoreboard somewhere?
Jim
There- yeah,
predicted
there's a live-
11:22. I think was the time.
We'll have to go check.
Eastern
but
time.
There's a live cast going on. I think CBS Sports Network's done it. But yeah, the that's still the count, and that guy with the tuna is going to walk away with a hefty paycheck.
Oh, incredible!
So the goal is to get you guys out of here at 3:30 off of our pier, from OC Bay Hopper, take you down to Harbor Island where the final weigh-in takes place, and probably when we get there, magically, they'll pull a white marlin in because Jim will have set foot on Harbor Island.
That's right.
I mean, this place is beautiful though, and it's so different from what you get. We all love the Gulf of Mexico. Grew up there, love it. But this is just a different vibe, and I've said this for years. I'm not a big seafood guy, but the seafood here is incredible. Like we had a guac crab appetizer last night.
I mean, you guys do put crab in a lot of stuff, but it's really good crab.
Your menu last 2 days has been heavy crab, but they do it so well it doesn't matter.
It doesn't. It was.
And
really
everybody says we've got the best crab.
You did. I mean, Jeremy, I mean, we went to high school together. It's funny to watch all the people, locals are locals. We're all here and they all come into the business community, and Jeremy's done an amazing job. He rebuilt Captain's Galley, which people aren't familiar with, legendary restaurant in West Ocean City for years. We all loved it. We lost it to a fire, and then the family went away from it, and Jeremy was like, I want to bring this back. And their menu's just amazing. He's done wonderful things with it. So yeah, more of that to share.
All right. So your backstory, and Keith Whisenant is with us. He is the general manager of the facility here. First of all, you went to Alabama, so you're a Bama grad.
UNA.
UNA. I'm sorry. You went to school in Alabama. You went to UNA.
I don't know if I graduated, Brown.
Well, I didn't either.
Studied journalism.
Yeah,
too.
no, I'm not
Is
getting
it Spanish that tripped you up too?
Yeah.
Yes, Espanol got me.
That's right. My man. But after school, you went into professional wrestling.
Yeah, didn't go well with my parents on that one. They weren't
Yeah.
very happy. I got a good talking to from my dad. But you know what? I grew up. I think Dunaway's favorite's the Macho Man, Randy Savage.
The greatest wrestler of all time, he says. Yeah.
Growing up, yeah, I loved him a little bit. But yeah, yeah, that's what I grew up loving. And I never, I had a slight athletic background. I wrestled in high school, ran track, and I was like, I had a wild hair one day. I'm like, I'm gonna go do this. And the story along that path gets even more interesting someday. I can tell you over a lot of drinks, but we ended up investing a lot of money into a wrestling training school where, run by a con man. We weren't too adept to the fact he was teaching us how to wrestle wrong.
Yeah. Run by a con man.
Run by a con man. A lot of that in the wrestling.
Not last name McMahon though.
No, not him. Not yet. But yeah, we ended up catching on with Maryland Championship Wrestling, who have produced an inordinate amount of WWE talent over the years. And Danny McDevitt, who owns and runs that for 20 years, I've been close to him. He gave me a lot of opportunities in my career to live out dreams that I never thought would happen. I got bookings in WWE. I got to stand in front of 15,000 people in my man tights, just to perform and to be able to do that, to be able to enjoy it. I'm so much more comfortable there than I am sitting here with you right now.
I'll send. So you sent me some video months ago, and I'll send it to Forrester where he can put it in rotation, and where people can see you wrestle.
Yeah.
But it is the athletic, and that's one of the things about. I'm not a huge Pat McAfee guy. I respect what he's done.
Yeah, I love
his ability to do what he does in the ring just shows you how athletic that guy is.
He and Logan Paul. I know you mentioned the Logan Paul match you saw a few months back, and
the Paul brothers are insanely athletic.
But what Logan Paul's been able to do with no wrestling background, and I will argue, this is my pulpit here. Pro wrestling, despite acting, to do it well, to captivate the audience, is the hardest endeavor you can do. It comes down to timing, engaging an audience, having a personality. Brown mentioned The Rock last night. The Rock was the best at all of it because you have to go out there and make it look convincing and not hurt your opponent. We tagged each other. We hit each other. I'm beat to shreds.
So you've wrestled The Rock.
I've met him. I haven't wrestled him.
Okay.
I wrestled Jerry the King Waller.
Oh, wow. You wrestled the King?
I wrestled the King. The King was awesome. He gave me the whole match. I beat on him for 10 minutes. It was right after his heart attack. I beat on him for 10 minutes. He's like, just punch my heart the whole time. I got this. That's what I did. And he did one move to me. Pile driver. Done. So, yeah, I mean, you get to live out these dreams that you never thought you would get to do. And I mean, I've been able to, when I was a little kid, I'd go to the grocery store, see all the wrestling magazines and read them. Well, we got to be in those. We had articles done about us. So it's pretty, it's humbling, and, also tells you what you're able and capable of. If I was your height, I probably would have made it, but,
I'd sell it to you.
Yeah,
I've
we
always said
talked
I've
about
got
that beer.
interest to sell.
Yeah, exactly.
What name did you wrestle under?
I was the Pinnacle Sean Patrick, and I was part of a tag team years ago called the OC Boys.
The OC
boy.
Yeah.
Was it another guy from around here, or you just?
Yeah, another guy from around here. We wrestled with. Yeah, we started here. We started in the same training center together. We were trained by Jay and Mark Briscoe. If you're not familiar with them, but Jay and Mark Briscoe ended up training us for a couple years, and Jay recently just passed away. But like a couple of good old Delaware boys who have made it big in Japan and all elite wrestling now, and they're legendary within the circuit. They earn the respect of everybody in WWE, and that's hard to do when you never even went there. But those guys, they put heart and soul into training us for nothing. And I mean, to this day, I'm very grateful.
Were you guys villains? Your storyline villains, or just sort of up and coming?
Best at being a bad guy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
so
like
much
the
fun.
Yeah, I like the black hat.
Yeah, the black hat.
I
is
like
a
the
blast.
heel.
It's hard to be a good guy. You got to find a good part of yourself that people want to cheer for you.
Right.
I don't really have it.
But you got to be fearless to be a wrestler. Like, I can't imagine getting on the turnbuckle and trying to do a flip.
You get into attack mode, and it's like everything you do in the ring. Attack the mat. And I at first I had a problem going up there. You look down, you're like, oh, do I really want to do this? A year later, you're going up to the top, you're attacking, you're dropping a leg onto somebody safely. And I mean, it's thrilling. The contact, I love it. It's thrilling. Getting in there and just hitting. I mean, I do miss it. It hurt, but I miss it.
But you keep saying safely, but you have to learn how to do it safely. So in the training, how many times does that happen and it's not done safely? I mean, it has to.
Well, you're learning.
Do you have a crash test dummy, or do you bring
You
in
are the crash test.
Oh.
So I mean, as you're learning and coming on a lot, but within a controlled environment with the right people like Jay and Mark, who know what they're doing, everything should be good. That's why it's imperative to have somebody train you that knows what they're doing.
Keith Whisenant with us. He is the executive director, the general manager here at the Residence Inn, Ocean City. So, I mean, it's true that going into every wrestling match, you know who's going to win the match.
100%.
100%.
Unless something's awry. Yeah.
And much of it is scripted, but I've seen where a lot of times, like, they'll lock each other up and they'll whisper the next 3 or 4 moves.
Yeah.
I mean, does that happen a lot?
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to see that.
No, I've not seen him do it. I just.
But I think one of the most infamous moments was Andre the Giant telling Hulk Hogan to pick him up, body slamming, like didn't know the script until he actually did. You ever hear that story? Did you see the documentary?
I've heard a lot. Take everything, everything Hulk Hogan says and cut it in half.
Okay.
Oh, brother.
I know.
Again, that's why I like the Macho Man.
Yeah, I always trust him.
Macho Man.
Yeah,
I'm a Junkyard Dog guy.
JYD was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned the cool thing about this. Like, I didn't finish school, but everything I learned in professional wrestling, I took and I applied here.
Right.
That's why you guys are here right now. Do the big crazy things. Fly these guys up from Alabama.
Who knows? Yeah.
I know where you guys are going to be 5 years from now. It's probably beyond here, but for a while we'll be saying, hey, we hosted these guys at the Residence Inn, and you've made a huge difference for us already, because I'm oversold by 9 rooms tonight, so I'm blaming you.
Oh, that's our fault. All right.
Does that mean
way of saying we got another flight?
does that mean I need to leave today?
I sold it for
Where did you put Dunaway, by the way?
I put Dunaway in a lovely corner suite on the ocean facing
Lance
side.
will not let this go.
It's ocean side.
Dunaway won't let it go.
4th floor. I'm not the one that's brought it up at all, especially today. 4th floor. I can see the Atlantic. I can watch tennis every morning.
So give me the maybe the guy that would surprise you that's a nice guy away from the ring.
Oh wow, it's there are tons. I've had 2 tremendous experiences that came upon me out of nowhere. I was wrestling for MCW and Scott Hall, if you remember Razor Ramon.
Yeah.
NWO.
Yeah.
I've had my match. I come back through the curtain, and he's on the show too. He pulls me aside and he looks at me. He's like, "Hey, bro, you did great out there. Some things you take," and he'd say, "These little things, make these little changes, and you're on your way." He didn't have to watch that. He could care less about me. I'm nobody to him. But he wanted to watch my match and tell me I could improve.
That's awesome.
Cody Rhodes did the same thing to me about 10 years ago. I had a WWE tryout, and I was in front of a producer, and William Regal, who I've worked with a bunch, but I stood in front of him. It's like, cut a promo now, like, sell me this broom kind of thing. And I totally crapped the bed on it. I did not do well. I had all these ideas in my head, and I overthought it. And Cody Rhodes was in the room at the same time. He pulled me aside, and he took 15 minutes to tell me how I could get better. Didn't have to do it. It was up to him. And I value that because
paying it forward, man.
100%.
But I saw an interview with Jim Hellwig once, who was the Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah.
And a tragic end to his life, obviously.
Yeah, he had finally come full circle.
Yeah, he really had. I think he'd gotten his life back together. But he said one of the hardest things he ever had to do were the shoots. He's like, it was easy for me to be in character, running down the ramp, getting in the ring, wrestling. But when we had to do the shoots where I had to get in character in front of camera and read a promo or read a script, it was just the hardest thing he had to do.
Yeah, I think if you go back to the old days where you had authenticity, where the guys were kind of coming with their own ideas, kind of bullet points, just doing it on their own.
Yeah.
It was money.
Right.
Watch it old Macho Man promo. He's
That's right.
dancing around. Like it makes no sense, but it does make sense, and it's wonderful. Same with Ultimate Warrior. You can even find outtakes of him on YouTube and just like all the effort he puts into it.
Yeah.
He's going 100%.
Yeah.
And it does drain you. I mean, you guys do this on a daily basis. Being on all the time will drain you. So it's kind of like the same thing. Like, I feel the same thing at work, you have to be on for everybody. So yeah, he's probably experiencing the same kind of experience.
So 2013 national championship, Florida State, Auburn. We were all at the Rose Bowl. Where were you watching?
I got booked for a WWE event in Philly that night, and I had planned on watching that game. And so in the WWE way, it's your background, their catering setup, and you can watch the matches, or they have the TV on. That night, the national championship was on. So you're all lumped together. You're not going anywhere. So like, I'm sitting in a room with just watching the national championship. Brock Lesnar's here, JBL, and just you sit back and look at that, is mind numbing. Like, I'm watching the national championship game with Brock Lesnar.
That's real.
It's wild.
It's out of this world. But you get in that environment, and also, a lot of the guys I've wrestled are on TV now and making a living. So I mean, it always tells you you're not that far away.
Yeah.
It's just one break.
You said technically Lesnar was the best at it, right?
At
just
performing?
the technical portion of wrestling.
Brock Lesnar is severely underrated as one of the best professional wrestlers that ever lived, being a big monster. He goes out there.
Could he kill a man in 60 seconds?
Heck yeah. 3 seconds. But he goes out there with the mission, knowing how big he is now dominating, is making the other guy look good. Watch his matches. He has no problem taking a beating for somebody else. He did it the other night. So that shows you wrestling is about selflessness and what you're willing to give to the other guy. And he's one of the most impressive that's ever done it, and he doesn't get credit for it.
Yeah, because you mentioned The Rock. The reason I brought that up is I saw an interview, and I can't even remember who it was, one of the producers, and he said The Rock was the best overall, like the best technical wrestler,
entertainer,
the best at being technical and entertaining at the same time. He was the whole package. He might not be the best technical guy, might not be the best entertainer, but he put them together better than anybody of all time.
He had great matches, and it's not even like wrestling's not about the moves. It's the moves feeding the story and the context of it, making you care, and like ambivalent to it. And the next thing you know, you're sitting on the edge of your seat.
Yeah.
That's what The Rock was great at. He sucked in 10 million people just by going out and shooting a spiel. And he had a magnetism that it's really hard to replicate. And that's what the wrestling business needs to survive, is that magnetism.
I think he's one of the best shit talkers ever.
Yes.
Like him and Deion Sanders, and I'm trying to think of other guys, but those guys just have a knack for it.
Yeah, I've heard he's a great dude. Like I've always heard when he shoots a movie that by the time the movie wraps, he knows everybody on the set. He knows their name, first name. He calls them by their first name.
Years ago, I came up with a guy named Orlando Jordan from MCW2, and he went down to Miami, and he knew Rocky Johnson, and Rocky Johnson's Dwayne's dad, and he had trained with him. But he also mentioned the fact, like, anytime Rock was a star at the time, he also mentioned the fact that anytime he needed anything or assistance, Dwayne was there to help him.
Yep.
He's up here.
Yeah.
He's like comes all the way out of the WWE, but he's there to help this guy. So that's, pay it forward.
Couple more questions. First, I want to tell you about our friends at Legacy Credit Union. So many great things they have for you at Legacy. Proud supporter of UAB athletics. They've been supporting the healthcare and education industries right there in Birmingham for over 60 years. Wonderful everyday checking, which includes getting your direct deposit check 2 days early, and a lot of other perks with their digital banking there with Legacy. Also, the lifestyle loan that you can get, no collateral required, great low rates as well. It's the lifestyle loan from Legacy. Check that out for, maybe an updated backyard or some unexpected medical expenses. Get all the details at legacycreditunion.com, legacycreditunion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. Maybe some more wrestling questions, but there was a shot last night not a picture shot, but a shot of liquor. I don't know what the alcohol was, but there was a local hoopty. Well, tell me about hoopty.
The mystery drink, the mystery shot.
The mystery drink. Yeah.
And this is one, like, I don't like to do shots anymore the older I get.
Right.
But if somebody gives me a shot, I'll do a shot. But last night I was not going to do that shot because nobody knew where it came from.
Right.
And nobody knew what it was.
But you said hoop tea is local. What is hoop tea?
Hoop tea is
Which is a great name, by the way. Hoop tea.
It is. Hoop tea is a local drink. Danny Miller, I think is his name. He's a local guy. Been around here for like 25 years. Owned a couple clubs in town. And he developed this drink a few years ago that's really kind of taken over the market. And from what I understand, he's kind of on pace to head towards a national branding.
Oh, wow.
It's making inroads. We have a lot of that here. Dogfish Head Brewery, if you're familiar
Oh,
with
yeah.
that.
Oh, yeah.
Right up in Rehoboth. Came out of a little shop in Rehoboth, and now he ended up selling out to, I think, Sam Adams. So it's done extremely well. So we're kind of a little market for craft beer and craft drinks. I didn't get you guys to go into the distillery down at Secrets. That's probably a stop would be cool for you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, we know our way there.
Secrets is like a compound. They've got so much going on.
I'm still waiting. I'm waiting on the judgment.
Okay.
Floribama, Secrets, two different environments.
Secrets and Floribama have the same vibe.
Yep.
Now, Secrets has the nightclub, which Floribama is more of a country, western, southern rock type thing. You would never get the club element like you do at Secrets.
And I like the club element a lot. I like that music a little bit more. But there is something, I guess, just nostalgic for us about Floribama.
There is,
100%, yeah.
But Secrets, it's in the same league. I would definitely say that. That's a huge compliment for me. I love the Floribama. What Secrets has, Floribama does, and I think is really cool, is like their outdoor dining. The ceiling is palm trees.
Yeah.
Like they just grew these palm trees very close together so that they connect. And then
that's even a story to itself. That's Leighton Moore investing probably about $300,000 every year in a farm in Florida. They new palm trees every year.
They just
legendary.
They bring in palm trees every year.
Palm trees.
So you're just like they're booths in the sand, and the palm trees are just growing over them, and that's the roof of the restaurant.
It's
a
a cool atmosphere. I would think my top 3 beach bars of all time: Floribama, La Vila, and Secrets.
And La Vila's out of business,
Top
so
three's
Secrets
not
is up
bad.
to number 2.
I was trying to sell you on it big time. So
no,
you did. It's a great
top
place.
3.
Great place.
It's legit.
Yep.
How was Fishtails?
Fantastic.
It was good. It was really good. I would never eat food in the water though at Secrets.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I find a little weird.
That looks like that was something they invented in the 60s or 70s. I don't know how long Secrets has been there, but
yeah, they might rotate the palm trees out, but they don't the furniture.
That's in there for life, isn't it?
Yeah, that's in there for a while. That's a laying around. I've had too many at 2:00. I need something to eat kind of thing.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
no doubt.
Absolutely. All right, man.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you for being here.
Man, you've been great to us.
We probably won't get to publicly say thanks again, but thank you.
No,
again.
I'm very grateful.
We
for
get
you
to
guys
vote
doing this.
today.
I know you get on a boat. Let's start working on next year.
Yeah, well, what we got to make sure we get somebody to create our content a little bit better, like Little T and some other people on the trip up to.
Yeah, we need the whole group
to pump some more people out, some more video, because we can only do so much.
Well,
We're bad at pumping out content.
I gotta get Brown to Delaware and to Camden Yards. So
That's
I'll
right. There you
incorporate
go.
all that.
That's right. We'll get them all.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
We're back in a moment with Trash, the show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa, LT.
Over 70 options at Woodhouse, from the body massages, the facials, nails, waxing, anything you want. WoodhouseDaySpas.com. Go see Casey Stewart. Incredible customer service up there. Best day spa. It's been voted the best day spa since 2009. Again, located at the Summit Shopping Centers or online. You can order those gift cards 24/7. WoodhouseDaySpas.com.
Back in a moment. Stay with us.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A+ Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles, and our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1. Football season is here and home buying season is as well. Let Holly Mack Wilson coach you through the stressful home buying process. From the first quarter to the end of the game, you will be the center of her attention. Holly Mack Wilson will guard your money, ensuring you get the best deal possible. In the end, you will touch down in the home of your dreams. She will intercept bad offers and she will never fumble the ball when it comes to your money and your dream home. If you use Holly Mack Wilson's home buying skills, you will be running back to the bank with all the money she has saved you. Now you may think, what a bunch of goofy play on words. But with Holly Mack Wilson, selling your home and getting into your dream home is no joke. She is a true professional and is the realtor you can trust. That's why she sold 70 homes last year and has certifications in negotiation and the buying and selling process. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or look her up online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, you're anywhere in Alabama. Keller Williams Realtor Coach. Play ball.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland, and your hotel family at Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from our Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at our Bayview Bar and Grill, span the 2.5-mile-long Ocean City Boardwalk, and a lot more. See all this plus irresistible summer deals and packages online at residenceInOC.com. Check us out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, we're back Bayside here on a beautiful day. Another one of those days. We got a little bit more cloud cover today. Those wispy white clouds. You can bring it up here, man. Thank you. They're trying to keep the old guy hydrated out here so he doesn't die.
You know, we don't have the breeze we had
day one.
Yeah, day one.
Still a beautiful day. The high today is only like 87. By the way, older Roman Harper. Glad he's stepping by today.
100%. That's pretty good, Jim.
100%.
That's pretty good.
That's one of our games, Christina, is that everywhere, like in stadiums or stuff, people walk by and we're like, oh, that's a younger, Matt Damon or an older this person.
So who is Christina?
Yeah, I know. Who am I?
New Money.
You're our nickname New Money after V Money yesterday, but you're sort of the OC, Christina. Who am I looking for?
I don't know.
All right, I know what you're gonna say.
Ariana Grande.
You get that a lot?
Yes.
I don't get Ariana Grande, but I get Lady Gaga.
Oh, a little Lady Gaga.
Yeah, a little in the nose.
Yeah, you have better hair. Better hair.
Are you insulting her nose like you did me yesterday?
No.
She's Italian though.
Yeah, that's true. Are you Italian?
I am. I am Italian. When I went to Italy, that's where I got a lot of Lady Gaga.
Are you musically talented? Can you do anything?
Musically, I'm a dancer. I don't sing, but I can dance.
Like, have you done it
like competitive or like
competitive?
Yeah, so I danced from the time I was walking and then competitively danced from like 11 to 18.
Have you ever been to a place called Secrets here and danced?
Yes.
Okay.
I've done a lot more than dance at Secrets, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's an interesting sentence.
I'm a journalistic major, so I got to ask the question.
You follow up. Yeah, a little quick follow up.
And take me down that road. What are we talking about?
So Lance kind of knows, like, you can get into some situations at Secrets.
Okay, let's keep going.
Yeah. It's just a good time. And it's definitely somewhere, if you've never been to Ocean City before, I know it's like a big tourist spot, but you have to go at least once.
Yeah.
It's a good time.
What's the craziest thing you've seen there?
The craziest thing that I've seen?
Yeah. Or heard about, because the way you just emphasized seen, maybe you heard about it and you hadn't seen it.
Okay. I mean, people have gotten arrested at Secrets.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm not surprised.
But it's Ocean City. You get arrested for walking. So.
Oh, wow. Cops are tough here, huh?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yep. They're strict summertime.
There was somebody last night that said if I had $1 every time I've been thrown out of secrets,
Yeah,
I'd be
it
rich.
happens. It happens. You know, have you been to Secrets during the day?
No,
not during.
Okay, so they have the bay, like bars and their
Yep.
high tops in the water, and it
Looks
can,
awful.
yeah, it's nasty in there, but
Yeah.
also when you're drinking all day, like you don't really
You don't think
care.
about that,
You
do
don't
you?
think about it.
Yeah.
Just go home and shower.
Do you believe this? He said he's never pissed in a pool.
In like a
Never.
pool, not in a pool,
I mean,
like in the ocean, the
Everybody
bay,
has.
or if I was sitting in those disgusting things at Secrets in the water, I wouldn't get them to go to the bathroom. I would pee right there.
Right. Okay. I guess
But
maybe.
but like over there in that pool, there's no way I would pee in that.
Yeah. What if you're like
I have twice
5
today.
drinks deep?
I would
Escort yourself to the bathroom.
stumble my way to the bathroom.
All right, so Christina is our host here today. She was the person when I met her this morning. She said, "Where are you guys from?" I said, "Birmingham," and you asked if that was Arizona. And
And you're a teacher,
I
right?
said, "No, Alabama." And I said, "What do you do?" "I'm a teacher."
Our youth is
obviously not geography.
fits up.
You're a PE teacher, right?
Phys ed teacher. Yep.
Elementary phys ed.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Would you graduate college?
When?
Where?
Oh, okay. I went to University of Maryland. I did my undergrad in kinesiology, which
wow.
is study of body movement, and then I got my master's in K through 12 phys ed.
But you don't know where Birmingham is.
Nope.
Wow.
And I don't know where half of these places are on here,
Trash, yeah.
but I do know where Italy is, and that's our first one.
All right, look
So-
at going right.
Oh,
into
she's
trash.
getting right
Hey, yo,
into
we
it.
got an intro. We got an intro.
It's brought to you by Mortgage Right. Every day, hit the big button, Tyler.
Vision Cable. Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on Vision Cable Vision. Great. Okay, now Comcast Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Comcast Cable Vision.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right. 205-815-9200. MortgageRight.com/TNR.
LT, tell me what I'm doing right now.
I think you are putting sun lotion on your feet.
What are you doing, Jim?
I'm shielding seeing New Money's feet because
Oh wow, this
very very attractive feet.
yeah. Lance is our Jim's a foot guy. There, New Money.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's do trash. What's the first story?
Would you sell feet pictures?
100%.
You would?
Italian toes all the way.
Italian toes.
I already know what my username would be. Yeah.
What is it?
Italian toes.
Italian toes.
We've got friends that are considering it.
Is there?
Yeah, I mean, your face isn't in it. Just feet. I'll do whatever you want.
Is there a?
Don't look at me. I'm not. I don't have a handle.
Is there a?
Do you have an OnlyFans account though?
Not yet.
Is there a thing? Is Italian toes a thing? Like, do Italians have different toes than us, or you're just Italian and you're showing off toes?
Like, okay, let's say I had an account on like Feet Finder. That's like a popular.
Not that you know anything about that.
Yeah.
I've done my research. But yeah, like if I had an account on Feet Finder, like I wouldn't have my first and last name on there. I would have my username.
Right.
So,
Italian toes. Yeah. So if you ever come across Italian toes on some random website, it's Christina here.
Yeah. And if you ever come across War Damn Toes, we know them too. So just let us know.
Pick something up with your feet.
can I pick something up
Yeah.
like right now?
Like if I threw a pencil down, could you pick it up?
No, wait.
Very 1950s
I mean,
office place.
Yeah, I feel like I'm pretty coordinated.
Yeah. As a person who likes feet, I'm offended by that question. And nobody wants to see like a circus trick.
I'd say I want to see it.
Yeah.
She's
not
done research.
She's not swinging limb to limb with her feet. She's just picking up a pencil.
All right.
All right, trash.
Read those stories. Here we go.
First story.
Okay, so in Italy, Lake Como. Have you all been to Italy?
I've never been, Christina. Never knew that.
I've got a friend that goes to, our friend Mondelli goes to Lake Como every year.
Oh, yeah?
Okay, yeah, no.
George Clooney's got a place on Lake Como.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun facts. Yeah, Italy is one of the best places to go. But anyway, this group of Brits, they went to Italy, Lake Como, and they ordered a panini and the restaurant charged them an extra $2 because they asked to have the panini cut in half.
Oh man, that's an
And
upcharge.
it only came out to $10.50, so it was an $8.50 sandwich.
Right.
But hey, we got to cut it in half, so now it's $10.50.
That's a normal request. By the way, I don't
It
like
is.
paninis.
Yeah, I
I'm not a
don't
big
mind
fan.
paninis, but I don't want to have to pay $2.50 to have it cut in half.
Yeah, bread is a little too tough.
If I'm in Lake Como, I don't care
Right.
how much I'm being charged.
That's right.
You can charge me for whatever. I'm in freaking Italy.
I'm not even looking at the prices.
I'm loaded.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But it
Lady
does.
Gaga in Italy, she doesn't care.
But it does seem stupid that they're going to upcharge you. But I
That's
guess
right.
what they're doing is they're thinking you're going to share it with your
That's
the
right.
person you're
Yeah,
with.
that's right.
So it's sort of
Yeah.
costing them another meal.
Yeah. Do you ever go to a hibachi grill?
Yeah.
And there's so much food. Like I never
Yeah.
eat it, but it says shared plate will cost an additional.
Yeah, but
Right. And I get that, but I haven't been to Lake Como, but in Italy, anytime I got a panini, like it wasn't at a sit-down restaurant. The paninis are like off the beach. You walk up, you get a panini, or like,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you can order it at a sit-down restaurant.
Yeah. So the Brits, what happened there?
They like
Is there a
posted.
story?
Yeah.
They posted the scenario on their Facebook, and then the owner of the restaurant got involved and basically said, like, I don't know. They said that it makes more work for them, so that's why they're charging. It's more work.
Wow, more work. It's chopping a sandwich in
Well,
half.
they said something about having to use like a different saucepan or something.
How about I may use a different restaurant if you don't chop my
But
sandwich.
usually when I get to the table, the first thing I do is cut my sandwich in half.
You did it yesterday with the.
See, I
salmon
don't
field,
like
yeah.
I don't like doing it with a burger. I don't mind a sandwich cut in half. I do not like a burger cut in half.
Because it lets the juices out of the
Yep,
middle.
Yep. And I just like I like the experience of eating the burger.
You know,
But I just don't,
honestly,
I don't like it trying to
You're
run
right.
down my whole
I will
chest.
eat a huge burger with a knife and fork sometimes. I know
Oh,
that's
my
disrespectful,
gosh,
but I'll do it.
Jeez.
I usually cut it in half.
It's like a savage.
Call me crazy. What's next?
All right. So Finland. Have you been to Finland?
Never been to
No.
Finland.
I'm willing to go though.
Yeah, Lance will go.
All
Have
right.
you been to Finland?
I have not been. I've only outside of America. I've only been to Italy.
Oh.
Actually, no. I've been to Punta Cana and Cancun.
Oh, there you go.
But yeah. So there was a Finnish man who is facing up to 2 years in prison because he put dynamite in his friend's 2 cars. So his friend has 2 cars. He puts dynamite in it. But then it doesn't make sense because he calls his friend and he's like, "Hey, just so you know, I put dynamite in both of your cars."
Okay.
And his friend's like, "What the heck?" And he was like, "Yeah, it's just a joke." And so his friend calls the police and he got arrested.
But he legitimately put dynamite in his car.
Yeah, there's dynamite in his car. Like,
So it really wasn't a joke.
Yeah, I don't get
It-
the
Yeah,
joke.
it's not a joke. It's an actual dynamite.
right.
And if the
exactly.
temperature gets high enough, the dynamite will sweat and it
Yeah,
will.
it's going to explode.
Or if he
probably.
starts just driving down the road and hits the wrong bump.
Yeah, never know.
Yeah, he told police he didn't intend to blow up the dynamite.
Yeah, I mean, it was a total joke.
Just a joke.
Yeah.
Jokey joke.
Couple misunderstandings first.
That's
Two
right.
stories.
Yeah. All right. What we got third?
All right, this is called Banana Boner.
It's called what?
Banana Boner.
So we've had dirty bananas all week.
That's
here.
right. Good,
delicious.
Yeah, good, delicious drink.
No banana boners, but
Yeah.
dirty bananas.
All right.
love 'em.
What we got here?
All right, so there's a spider in Austria, and it's called a Brazilian wandering spider.
That's right.
And
So
have you
the-
heard of that?
No, I have.
Okay.
Yeah. So they come in. They're imported. They are
Oh, that's the
very
one to the bananas,
poisonous.
yeah.
Right.
But they cause erections that won't go away.
Okay, I had never heard that
Yeah.
before,
Yeah.
other than this story. But so there's
Can you
this,
buy these?
the
I
spider.
mean, on the black
That's a
market,
joke.
go to the dark web. You can order a Brazilian
Order
wanderer
anything.
spider, and you will have an erection for the next year.
Log in under Italian toes.
So this supermarket in Austria had to close down because they were finding these spiders hiding in.
The men were lined up out the door.
Yeah.
It's like 8 in the morning.
Sting my dick.
I'm just trying to buy groceries.
Yeah, I just ate bananas, man. Y'all are out of bananas.
They're trying to keep the guys safe
Yeah.
and said, "Hey, this store is not safe because we want to protect our men." Because
Yeah.
I'm sure that's uncomfortable.
Oh, it would have to be, yeah. I would imagine.
All right, Houston. I do know where Houston is.
You been there?
What state?
What state?
Texas.
Right.
The capital of Texas is?
Nashville?
Austin?
No, no.
This is the future of our youth.
Austin. Is it Austin?
It is
It's
Austin.
It is Austin.
Okay.
How the hell did Nashville get the
Nashville's the capital of what state?
Okay.
Nashville's the capital of what state? It is the state capital.
Wait, Nashville is the capital of Tennessee.
That away.
All right, it's still early.
Capital of Alabama is?
Oh, that's not unfair.
It's not unfair. You ought to know.
Oh, I aced this quiz though in third
You
grade.
knew all 50 capitals.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I do
I
too.
went to private school. so,
Vermont
like,
is?
They drilled it in us. Vermont?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I have no idea.
Montpelier.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
New Hampshire.
How do you pronounce the state? I'm gonna spell it for you. How do you pronounce the state? I think it's a state. ARKANSAS.
You think that's a state?
You mean Arkansas?
By the way, it is the natural state.
Arkansas?
The capital is
It's
Little
Little
Rock.
Rock.
Why do you think that might be a state?
Well, I'm pretty sure it is a state. It is
Yeah,
a
it's
state.
100% a state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh, it's just the 1800s or
Who
something.
won the national championship this last year in football?
see, I stopped watching football because I got
Because you're a Maryland grad.
no, because no, I got upset when the Skins changed their name to Commanders.
Oh,
Hey, so
wow.
Kermit, like,
Welcome in.
I talked about Kermit in the first hour. Awesome dude, big Redskins fan. He is still so pissed about the name change, and I agree. They should have never changed the name.
Did you think we would?
And I have all of this Redskin
Gear.
that I can't wear to my school
Yeah.
because
Do you
you
teach
know.
any Redskins?
do I teach any Redskins? No, but like just being politically correct in my school. I
Don't
can't
be
wear it.
politically
They,
correct.
they did do a big trade-in. You could bring your old gear and get new gear.
Yeah, get
Oh,
Commander's
crappy
Well, I
gear.
want the new gear.
That's right.
yeah.
Just like the.
I like my logos. I like my skin stuff. So.
Hey, so how did you think we would say Arkansas? Arkansas? Arkansas?
Okay. Well, I had a story
would be
behind
Arkansas.
it. I had
Okay.
a story behind it. So 3 years ago, I was teaching during COVID, and we were hybrid.
Hopefully not geography.
Well,
I think we've established that.
this game that we put together, it involved movement, but it was so we would put up a state,
Right.
and it would say, okay, what is the capital of this state? And if you said, okay, so let's say it's Arkansas,
Little Rock.
and then the two options are Little Rock, and then the other option is
Nashville.
Now, if you think the answer is Little Rock,
Right.
you're doing jumping jacks.
Yeah.
If you think the answer is Nashville, you're doing push-ups, and that's
Right.
what shows us what you chose.
yeah.
And then the timer goes off, and then it'll say, "Oh, okay, it's Little Rock."
Yeah.
All right, so
So can we do this with you? Can we quiz you and you do jumping jacks or push-ups?
I mean, yeah, I can do it, but I probably won't get it right.
Right.
But anyway, so I'm reading the question to the students. I'm like, "All right, what is the capital of Arkansas?"
Oh,
And
wow.
my co-teacher, he looked at me and he was like, "Excuse me?" And I was like, so now I know it's Arkansas.
That's okay. There was a national championship winning football coach who called it Arkansas. Les Miles did that. So
Yeah, I feel like that's a common mistake.
Yeah.
Like it's Kansas and then it just has the AR.
that's right. Arkansas. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. I like that. You got another one? I would keep this Italian toast thing on the back burner though for yourself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would.
That's good.
Keep it on the back burner? Oh, like okay, in case like teaching doesn't work out.
Yeah, in case, they may want to move you into geography. Maybe the Italian toast thing may be the way to go.
Small window though.
I did get a D in geography
Really?
in college. In
Yeah.
college.
In college,
That's
yeah.
shocking.
You still taking geography in college?
That's remedial,
it was
Jim.
early, yeah, it was early on. It was early on. But everything else, phys ed related, kinesis related, A's and B's.
Yeah, I mean, kinesiology is a tough major.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people think physical education teacher, but to learn everything about kinesiology, it's basically pre-med.
I will tell you that it seemed like every SEC athlete was either a criminal justice or a phys ed major.
Yeah, I mean, learning about the body is great. I mean,
Is the
I
body,
love
in fact, a wonderland, as John Mayer once said?
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
John Mayer, hot or not?
Is he hot?
Yeah.
I don't know that he's my type.
Was he ever hot?
Yeah, maybe. Not my type.
What
I
is your
never-
type?
What is my type?
You like a soccer body, swimming body, biggie bulky
I'm not
guy?
that picky about it, but definitely someone who takes care of their body,
Right.
like goes to the gym.
Uh-huh.
Like this guy.
Not the opposite of me, right?
Hey,
I
show
understand.
your tattoo.
I do have a tattoo.
Yeah, Jim got tatted up.
Wow. Look at that.
Hey!
Look at that. Hey.
Hey.
That looks new.
It is new, like a week ago today.
Yeah.
Like almost a week. It actually was happening about right now on the show.
On the show live?
Yep. Live.
How do
I mean,
you
it's
feel?
very simple. It's just this. It's Long Live. It's a Taylor Swift song. and my daughter has a matching tattoo.
No way.
And it was the first concert that I took her to.
Brandon, are we
and,
going to check out here?
And we've got a matching tattoo. So she's 23.
Oh, that's
how old are you?
awesome. I'm 28.
28. So
That's great.
How many states do we have?
We have 50 states.
Attaway.
It did trip me up when that movie 50 First Dates with
50 First Dates?
with Adam Sandler came out, because I was like 5 or something at the time, and I always thought it was 50 First States.
Oh, so
Not
you thought we had 51.
Yeah,
You were
so-
counting Puerto Rico.
So, but not 51st dates.
Right.
You thought it was 51st state.
Classic,
Okay.
classic
Right.
misunderstanding.
Yes, I do.
What's your favorite book?
Cosmopolitan.
Us Weekly.
I like personal development books.
Okay. Yeah, she used to have a podcast. You told me earlier, personal development podcast.
Really? Oh, really?
Hot Girls Read.
Hot Girls Read?
Give us a example of what an episode would be like.
So on my own time, I read a personal development book, and then I come on the podcast and talk about the key points, the key takeaway points for myself. So it was more so reflective for me.
Right.
And therapeutic.
Self-empowerment, and you
Yeah.
shared it with your listeners.
Yeah. So, and I loved it because I can choose. I mean, you all know what it's like. You can choose what you want to talk about.
That's
or
right,
Don't want
yep.
to talk about. And no
Trust
one's-
me, this segment proves that.
Arkansas.
Arkansas, baby.
So are we done on
Yeah, I
stories?
think. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, no, we can be done. I'm fine.
Yeah,
with
what's
that.
your favorite one? Do you have a favorite
Well,
remaining story?
Honestly, it was the banana boner and the panini one. Those were my two.
Those are your two favorites. So you did your favorite ones. I was gonna see if we had a list in here. I like it when Rockstar does lists. No, we don't.
This one I want to talk
Okay,
about.
which one?
Okay, so this one, can we skip the geographical part? Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Not about. We're done with that joke. Yeah, it was fun though.
So this woman heard puppies in a sewer.
Oh no!
Right.
So it was 3 terrier puppies, and they're like crying in the sewer. She goes down in the sewer to rescue them. It's like cockroach infested. It takes her like hours. So she's crawling through cockroaches. She's able to rescue 2 of the terriers, and these are like puppy terriers.
Right.
And she hasn't been able to find, this is over a few days, she hasn't been able to find the 3rd terrier, but she's like mapped out the whole sewer lineage, like she's in there, like looking.
So
for
this
the
is like
terrier.
Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah.
So she's
I-
crawling around in shit with a lot of
Shit,
roaches.
cockroaches, all
Yeah.
of the above. Yeah. But I honestly would do that.
Yeah, I mean,
Why?
You
Save a dog?
No, yeah.
Hey, so the guy to your left is not a dog guy.
I mean, I don't love or hate dogs. I'm just dogs are dogs.
Indifferent.
Yeah, I'm indifferent. on
Although
dogs.
he's got one on his hat. How
I
ironic!
do
is
have
that?
one on my hat. It's their company logo, Roback. TNR20. Save 20% on your first order at roback.com.
Yeah. So, but sad story. They didn't find the 3rd dog.
Well, it's to be determined. 'Cause
Yeah.
She's still looking.
Al,
We
as
join us
Love
next-
says, 2 out of 3 ain't
So
bad.
I'm gonna go to bed tonight, assuming that she found the 3rd dog.
Yeah, I would if I were
Just
you.
so I can sleep comfortably.
Will you join us Monday to give us an update on the story?
Are you gonna be in Ocean City on Monday?
No,
No.
you never know.
Yeah, we have technology in Birmingham, Arizona, though. We can connect. We can connect to you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, New Money.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome job.
All right, Christina, or as we call her, New Money in the chat room. That is Trash Today, brought to you by Mortgage Right.
Yeah, again, 205-815-9200. Buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right. 205-815-9200. MortgageRight.com/TNR.
Back in a moment.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES1.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
You can win a Chevy Trail Boss pickup or your share of $25,000 in free play and cash at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can be a winner too. Come win your share during the Trail Boss and $25,000 giveaway at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Drawings August 25th and 26th. Located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Back with you on the Next Round. Champy's Chicken bringing you this show. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Champy'sChicken.com. Champy'sChicken.com, the best place to get by and see Sterling and his crew now for lunch and dinner. You get by and get that great Southern fried chicken. Boy, I'm craving that now out of all the crab meat and stuff we've had up here.
Right.
Get back to get some good Southern cooking. Champy's Chicken, cooked to order, 2 big breasts, all the great sides, the Mississippi Delta recipe, tamales, and a lot more. It is Champy'sChicken.com. For my friends at The Hustle, Buster Olney, by the way, at the top of the hour. For my friends at The Hustle newsletter, I get this shower thought they send out today. And think about this, LT. It's sort of sad. One of the happiest photos of yourself becomes one of your funeral photos that they have put on display.
What a thought.
Wow. But it's true. You think about it, because they always put, 8 or 9 of your best photos from your life outside as you enter the funeral, and or if you're going to be cremated like me, maybe they have a series of photos playing on the big screen at whatever stadium I'll be honored in. And
stadium you're going to be honored in.
So that's sort of a sad thought, isn't it? That one of the happiest photos of yourself becomes one of your favorite funeral photos.
Very morbid there.
That is quite morbid. I would agree.
I feel like I took one of my funeral photos up here with you guys.
I've unfortunately been to funerals where people have passed away way too early. If you live a long, healthy life, 75 plus, it's not that bad. But when you go to a funeral of somebody in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s,
especially kids,
and you see those kind of photos, it's it's very sad.
What photo was your funeral photo that you took?
Well, I do believe that one of mine that Maggie will display will be
you, Saban, and Nate Oates.
No, that'll be one probably too. If we're using Bryant Denny or whatever the new arena is when they finally replace Coleman. Knock on wood.
Knock on wood.
They probably need to throw something Alabama up there. But I think the photo of us, one of the sunset photos.
Oh, yeah. You've taken 2.
Yeah. The past 2 days, I posted a couple of sunset photos.
Somebody said the one we took last night with our buddy Jeremy at his restaurant Ocean 13, where he had that old fashioned, that's their specialty, is the happiest they've ever seen Lance look. It was a big smile. I look back at the photo.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, it was a big smile.
Yeah.
Go look at the photo. I mean, you got an ear-to-ear grin.
Am I miserable in life?
No, I mean, no matter how miserable or happy you are, the happiest you've ever been
was not last night.
It was not last night.
I don't want to put it in my top 100.
Yeah.
No, that was a great photo. I don't even know if I've sent that out yet or not. But
Little T did.
But I think I probably did. I put it on social media, on the stories. But the sunset pictures, you and I, the three of us, last night was at Fishtails. As we walked in, the sun was setting here in Ocean City, and our buddy Ush actually sent me a text, said, "That's the best picture I've ever seen of the three of you."
Oh, how nice!
Wow.
So you're going to use it at your funeral now?
That may make it into the rotation. We got
to do a slideshow.
We got a good one out at the golf course this year of the three of us in Rocky.
Yeah.
We've had some good shots of us on the boat down at the Floribama, all of us together.
What about the dude you met at Floribama? Did you get a picture with him?
Well, we did not have time to take a picture. We did not have time to take a picture of that. Champy's Chicken, though, great moments in life with Champy's Chicken, Sterling and the crew there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Buster Olney comes up on the other side. 1 more hour to go from Ocean City, and we'll see you back in the studio on Monday at 9 a.m. Central. Hang around. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel @NextRoundLive and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's @NextRoundLive on YouTube.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813. Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com, or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
LT's just got a vodka drink with a little Redmont that he brought with him here. Tell us about Redmont vodka as we get into a new hour.
It is a locally owned and operated vodka. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont vodka. Again, it's gluten-free. It's 8 times distilled. You're going to absolutely love it. Available at your local package store, ABC stores. Ask for it by name. If they don't have it, tell them to get it. It is Redmont vodka.
All right, we are starting our final hour of the week from here in Ocean City, Maryland. If you're watching us on video, the beautiful bay is behind us, the ocean behind the camera there, as we are at the Marriott here, the Residence Inn Marriott in Ocean City, Maryland. Buster Olney is walking the streets of New York City, Tyler tells me. He is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented each week by MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND when you sign up to get that sign-on bonus up to $1,000 at MyBookie.ag. What is happening, Buster? How are you?
Yeah, your guys' view is a lot better than mine. Like, I'm a lot of concrete, the concrete jungle here. I got cabbies honking at me, people, angry at the world. I am very jealous of where you guys are, and I also headed to a Residence Inn. Except for me, it's an escape, especially since I grew up in Vermont.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, so we are in Orioles country here in Ocean City, Maryland, and it's wild how many people are talking about Kevin Brown, the play-by-play man, and even the crowd was chanting his name the other night. Look, Buster, I know you're a journalist. You understand in dealing in facts. There's a little bit of a different situation when you're actually working for the club as the play-by-play guy. It seemed very innocuous what he said. I could not believe it rose to the level of a suspension. Is this just one of those situations where the suspension only makes it worse? It only draws attention to what the guy actually said on the broadcast?
100%. And look, I feel like that I have a special window of insight into this because I covered the Orioles for the Baltimore Sun in 1996 when Peter Angelos essentially fired John Miller for doing the same thing. Peter at that time thought that John was too complimentary of the Yankees. I know this because I talked to Peter just about every day at that time. Thought he was too complimentary of the Yankees, should have been more of a homer in his eyes, should have been more, a cheerleader for the Orioles, and so he let him go. But the difference between what Peter did and what his son John Angelos did is that Peter had the sense to wait until after the year was over before letting him go. To do this in the middle of the season, when the Orioles are having this amazing year and they have all this momentum, and this is going to be the story over those innocuous comments, it was absurd. It was ridiculous. And I tweeted this out the other day that, boy, if you're Kevin Brown's agent, do you have leverage in this moment or right now, especially after the broadcasting fraternity came out in full support of Kevin? Like, if I'm his agent, I'm saying, yeah, you guys want him back. How about a 3-year extension in language that protects him against idiocy like this?
No doubt.
Buster, we were watching the Orioles-Astros the other night. The Kyle Tucker Grand Slam was pretty amazing, and it seemed fitting. That was the game right after he was suspended. But my question to you is, best record right now in the American League. We were looking at that lineup, and unless you're a baseball junkie like yourself or a fantasy guy, a lot of people don't know who these guys are. Or do they have staying power? Can you see the Orioles in the World Series this year?
Probably not. But a couple things are working on their behalf. The everyday lineup is terrific. Jack Flaherty, I think, was the right addition at the right time to help their rotation, which is their biggest area of concern going into the playoffs. And my conversation with Ben McDonald about the team, he talks about how these guys are so young and they're so new to Major League experience. Like, it's like watching a team in Williamsport, like the Little League World Series. All the players are happy. They haven't had contract disputes. There's no anger. They're just focused on playing winning baseball, and they're great. I do think that once you get into the postseason, and as you guys know, that becomes a test of pitching depth, that a team like the Astros or even the Mariners, who to me right now are the best team that no one is paying attention to, surging toward the top and maybe will make the playoffs, those teams will be really dangerous. I also think the Blue Jays, because the strength of their rotation and their bullpen, the bullpen additions that they made before the deadline.
Boy, the Rays continue to get injuries, don't they?
Oh, just crushing. And Shane McClanahan, him going down. I mean, to me, he was one of the front runners for American League Cy Young Award. I'm guessing, Garrett Cole now probably is more likely that guy. But look, the Rays are as good as any team in baseball at finding pitching, especially in this generation of analytics. But the part of that formula that we've seen baseball turn to with pitchers is to throw your best pitch, your hardest pitch over and over and over and over again. And no team does that better than the Rays. But you do wonder about that philosophy and wonder if physiologically, is that something that's sustainable for all these pitchers? Because time after time after time after time, we see Rays pitchers going down. Is there a common denominator in that? I don't know for sure, but I think it's probably worth them asking.
Buster Olney with us from the streets of New York as they've got Braves Mets on Sunday night. He is presented each week by mybookie.ag. Code next round when you sign up for that sign-up bonus up to $1,000 at mybookie.ag. Code next round. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. This Braves Mets game looked a lot better in March and April. I mean, you could have foreseen this series being one that might determine the direction of the East. Instead, you got maybe the best team in baseball against the most disappointing team in baseball Sunday night.
100%. And the Mets now looking to sort of reshape things as they go forward. I think the challenge for the Braves is going to be developing within the group that they have enough pitching to win in October. I still feel like that in a short series, the Phillies are really dangerous. The Braves, on the other hand, we don't know for sure. Max Fried looked great in that first start that he had back. We'll see how he evolves here. We'll see if Spencer Strider can stay healthy the rest of the year. Because as you guys know, when he got hurt last year, right on the eve of the playoffs, it felt like that was the beginning of the end. And on the Mets side, I would say this. Remember, you guys heard from Max Scherzer after his trade to the Rangers, and he said that he was essentially told by the Mets decision makers that, they're going to take a step back in 2024. I can tell you, I'm talking with folks within the Mets organization, their perception of what they view for next year is very different than what Max conveyed. Their feeling is, look, we weren't very good this year. Let's bolster the prospects that we have, and let's look for good value moves during the wintertime. And I think the one thing we've seen this year is how all these teams are so closely packed together. You make a couple of adept moves, you're going to be competitive. And it's not like they sold off everybody, right? They got Lindor, they got Alonso, they got Edwin Diaz. So I don't think we're talking about the Mets trading Scherzer and Verlander as if they're going into this deep cycle of rebuilding.
You heard the Mets fans honking in the background, their approval of Buster's takedown.
Still the team.
If Artie Moreno was transparent, do you think he regrets not unloading at the deadline?
No, and I'll tell you why. Because I really believe this, that the primary, the driving force behind them making the decisions that they made was not making the playoffs. Their primary drive was to leave themselves in a position, any position, where they could bid legitimately on Ohtani. And I think Artie's perspective was, look, until somebody tells me that, Ohtani definitely is not coming back, we're going to keep that window open. So by keeping Ohtani, this is Artie's perspective, by keeping Ohtani through the deadline, they felt like they kept that window open. Now, does any of this collapse help their chances of re-signing him? No. But they do feel like that their window to have conversations with them legitimately, that's still open as they move forward, which is why I think that, of course, they wanted the team to play better, but I don't think they look at it as, we just signed our death warrant in the Ohtani negotiation.
They serve crab with everything here in Ocean City, Maryland. I was not a big fan of crab meat until I got here. Fresh crab, well done. It is really, really good stuff. What is the one item, the one meal, like if Buster's heading out tonight, what's your favorite food, Buster?
Any cheese that you guys can find.
You're a cheese guy.
Up on a farm, any cheese, and it's a weakness. It's a vice. I could eat cheese 3 meals a day if my doctor let me. I could just ingest cheese to really unhealthy levels. I love cheese.
Buster's a big cheese guy. What's your favorite cheese, Buster?
Oh, anything cheddar. Vermont would be number one. But I will tell you that I am not picky when it comes to cheese. It's not like I'm like, no, I don't like that group. I pretty much like all of it.
I love the Tillamook white sharp cheddar.
Yes. Just keep naming cheeses, and I'm going to go yes.
Yeah, Buster's going to go yes to all of them. He's a cheese fan. All right, Braves Mets Sunday night, 6 o'clock. You will all be watching because it's your Atlanta Braves. Buster will be there for what once looked like a great NL East matchup. The Mets have disappointed on their end of that. Buster, be careful out there. Don't let a car hit you. We will see you next week.
Okay, that sounds great, guys. Great to talk with you.
All right, buddy, you too. Take care. Buster with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented each week by MyBookie.ag. As Lance told you, he has a lock on everything tonight. Every single game played anywhere under the sun, Lance has a lock tonight.
I've got 6.
6 of them.
Little T wants me to do a video in the pool for Lance's lock.
Done.
And she said, add profanity.
Okay. Normally don't have to tell Lance that, Little T, but thanks for clearing it up. So you can play all those games, MyBookie.ag, code next round. That is MyBookie.ag, code next round. When you use that code, you're eligible for that sign-up bonus up to $1,000. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
And you can be looking ahead for that lock later on, thanks to our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Tell us about Michelson.
Yeah, Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. Over 2 decades ago, I was wearing the contacts for about a decade. I had 2200 vision, legally blind without the contacts, had no idea. After the procedure, which only took 12 minutes for both eyes, 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the phone call that I made, 205-969-8100. That's 205-969-8100. You can always go online, michelsonlaservision.com. When you call 205-969-8100, ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with an absolutely free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. 205-969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
And as we saw walking through the door, a couple of Alabama T-shirts.
Yep.
Script today.
And just the wife walked up and mouthed to me, members of our audience. I mean, I never cease to be amazed at our audience, how vast it is. But here we are in Ocean City, Maryland. People who watch the show have made a trip to see us.
Pictures coming soon. And
blows me away.
They've got the Script A on, and they're ready for football season. Week 0 is 15 days away. We'll get to 4 downs coming up a little bit later on, but more football conversation as we roll on next on TNR.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to timberlinegc.com, timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from, great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasperatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813. DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Back with you on the next round. Dr. B is a proud supporter of the show, and he's the guy that's made LT's hair look perfect. I mean, it's the talk of Ocean City.
Yes, I've heard it all over the place.
So 2 years ago is when we started doing this venture, and I noticed at SEC Media Days when I would turn left or right, I was thinning out. I had no idea. Nobody told me. If you know somebody in your life that's thinning out, you need to tell them, be preemptive. T3hair.net. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Again, 2 years ago, I started to go see Dr. B, and since then, my hair has doubled in thickness. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a variety of different things. Again, T3hair.net for more information. That's T3hair.net.
All right, we will do trash in just a second. But you've seen us interact for a long time. If Brown had said to you,
and by the way, we've done trash. And you guys skipped over one of my best lines ever, I think.
I'm at 4 downs.
Wow.
I apologize for that.
Wow.
I skipped over one of your best lines?
Y'all didn't even notice it, but I just checked. So I went to the bathroom and I checked my messages, and there were multiple people that said, when I asked our girl's name,
Christina,
she said
New
she
money.
was the answer. I said competitive or poll.
I heard you say
No, I heard that.
I heard it.
I heard that.
I didn't. We were early in the Christina interview. I did not know the route it was going to go.
Yeah, I didn't know she was going to be as fun.
Yeah, later in the interview, that one would have gotten a lot more, but I did hear it. It was an excellent line.
It was, yeah.
Yes, you should have got more credit for that. That happens often on this show.
I know. See other people's good lines.
You cannot get your feelings hurt if your line does not get big laughs on this show, because there are many times where the three of us in Rockstar are all throwing them out, and they can get washed away very easily.
But play this out in your head.
The audience hears.
2 years ago, and I understand about Dr. B, how he saved your hair, but 2 years ago, if Brown had said, dude, man, your hair is starting to thin out.
He said,
no.
He said, your nose is big.
Oh, God.
That's how it would have played.
Absolutely.
You say,
literally,
you lash out. That is your defense mechanism, is you lash back out. You'd have lashed out at us.
I think it is a healthy relationship to be able to tell somebody if you're trying to get ahead of something for them.
Right.
Like literally, the next person I see thinning that I'm close to, I'm not going to walk up to a restaurant to some dude and say, you need to call Dr.
Some
B.
idiot, yeah.
But if I know somebody and they start to thin, I'm going to tell them, T3hair.net, because literally my hair has doubled in thickness.
So, I mean, Brown is at an age that is approaching where you were when you met Dr. B.
Yeah.
If you start to see thinning, will you say to Brown, and how will Brown react? Will Brown go?
I'd do it in a heartbeat, right?
So,
if Dr. B wants to make me his next project, I'll do it.
So, like, I completely respect the opinion of Malibu Maddie.
Right.
And she told me top is an A+, back is a B-.
Right.
I'll take a B-.
Yeah, B- is passing. I mean, I got degrees. Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, at your age.
Yeah.
My age. I mean, a B- is good.
Slice Pizza brings us our 4 downs every day. Get ready for that, Tyler. Tell us about Slice, my friend.
4 great locations. Jeff Pajaya, I can't tell you the incredible guy that he was. He started in the business, owned multiple Domino's, used to let me come into Domino's, taught me how to cook a Domino's pizza, decided to go out on his own. I thought it was going to be a late night joint in Lakeview. He said, I've come up with this idea, this concept, Slice. And I was like, good luck. It's a restaurant. Restaurant businesses are tough. Since then, it's 4 locations now: Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, Crestline Park. Best pizza in Birmingham, local pizza, local ingredients. Go see the Bajalia Brothers. 4 locations, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
By any measure you want to use, when the NFL season is done, who has had a better year, C.J. Stroud or Anthony Richardson? And you can't necessarily go wins and losses or anything like that.
I mean, I've got more confidence, Lance, in C.J. Stroud. I think Richardson is probably on the better of the two teams.
Yeah, I think the organization obviously is better.
I would probably sight unseen Coach Stroud. Haven't seen Richardson play. He has been the talk of Colts camp, though.
I think both are going to be like D grades. I think
You're
both are gonna
all
be
in on
bad.
Bryce Young out of this class, yeah.
And you said you think Trevor Lawrence will eventually be a Hall of Fame quarterback. So you don't think either one of these will pan out to that level?
I think Stetson Bennett will have a better pro career than either one of those guys.
Wow, that's a big
Than
statement.
either C.J. Stroud or Anthony Richardson. I mean, that would be par for the course in the NFL. A guy that gets drafted that late with that kind of college reputation ends up having the better career.
Second down.
You know, I say that, but Stetson Bennett was obviously the better college quarterback than Anthony Richardson. And might not have had the physical tools of C.J. Stroud, but he obviously had a better career.
And didn't have the system either.
He didn't have the system, but he had a better career, you know, as far as accomplishment.
But let me ask you this. If Stetson Bennett, for whatever reason, wanted to exercise a 6-year of eligibility, transferred to Alabama, Alabama would be your favorite to win the national championship this year over Georgia with Stetson Bennett.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Probably so. Yeah. Probably so. Second down here. When the year's all done, when the NFL season is all done again, when we look back on this baseball/football season, New York fans will be more disappointed by Yankees-Mets or Jets-Giants?
Yankees-Mets. I don't see a scenario. Obviously, the Mets aren't going to make the postseason.
But let's say the Jets and Giants both miss the postseason, which is possible.
Oh, yeah. Well, then it would be that. But I don't see, like, I agree with Mike Lombardi that the Giants aren't going to be a playoff team this year. I think the East is going to be, I think the Commanders will be improved. I think the Eagles and Cowboys are almost slam dunks for the postseason. But I think the Jets are going to be really good. If for whatever reason they didn't make the postseason, then I would go Jets-Giants. But I think the Jets are going to be legit.
I mean, it's postseason or bust for the Jets fans right now. They are all in with Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, I think
they
it's
don't make
Super Bowl
postseason.
or bust.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Like even if they made the AFC Championship game,
That's
which
hard,
they
that's hard to say in the AFC.
Well, it is, but at the same time, you guys remember, I'll never forget that March night when I started getting texts that Matt Stafford had gone to the Rams, and my expectation was Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah.
So I think the Jets, I mean, they've got one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the game.
Yeah, I guess when Tom Brady went to the Buccaneers, I guess it was Super Bowl or bust.
And they won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, they did. Let's do third down.
Third down.
We talked wrestling at 11 o'clock. Happy birthday, Hulk Hogan, today.
Let me guess.
Hulkamania.
Oh, I don't know the age.
Oh,
I'll look it up.
I was going to say Hulk Hogan is 67 years old.
Do you think I should look up Hulk Hogan or Terry Bollea? Isn't Terry Bollea his given name? That's his Christian name, isn't it?
I don't know. The other side of this debate is happy birthday, Joe Rogan. Hogan and Rogan.
Better career?
When it's all said and done, who has had a better career?
Well, that's tough, you know, and a lot of people will scoff at that, but podcast is so big right now. It's one of the reasons we made the move we made is how big on demand is.
And Joe Rogan is
the leader in the industry.
Maybe the leader of the industry.
No, I don't even think maybe
if
is
not
that.
it's him and somebody else.
I mean, monetarily, he is definitely the leader in the industry. You know, the interesting thing about Rogan, a lot of people won't remember. This is a guy that hosted Fear Factor, wanted to be an actor, was a comedian, did stand-up, came to the Comedy Club Stardome, and for whatever reason, his podcast had an underground following about 10 or 15 years ago, and it exploded about 5 years ago.
No, he is the, I don't even know, like just as an individual, there are some shows, some podcast shows that are big, like, you know, there's this Catholic priest that literally just reads scripture. It's one of the most listened to podcasts because people listen to it almost like a book on tape. Like, you know, one day he'll read Genesis 12. And apparently he's got, I've never listened to him, but he's apparently got a very soothing voice. So if you want a little Bible and, you know, some, you know, peaceful voice type thing, he's really good for it.
Leighton Taylor's got a podcast. Very soothing voice.
Yes. She's not quite Joe Rogan yet. Maybe she'll get that one day.
Not yet.
The New York Times Daily used to be massive. So I don't even know what the biggest ones are, but I know Joe Rogan's is just as far as a personality, a single personality. I think his has to be the biggest.
Yeah, like if we could go on one podcast to promote our show, that would be the podcast.
That would be the one.
It would be that or Pat McAfee for me.
Joe Rogan is the is my answer too. I thought maybe we'd get a Hulk Hogan.
It's tough though now.
Hulk is one of the greatest in history. Now, our man Keith said he's a bullshitter.
Yeah, well, you know,
some of my best friends have been bullshitters before.
Age 70 for the Hulkster.
67.
67. You're in the window. I think I'm going to go Joe Rogan here, but this is a really, really tough call.
I'm going to lean Rogan just because Rogan's got a lot of meat on the bone.
Maybe it's just because I watched wrestling as a kid, but I felt like when I was a kid, probably the two biggest sports figures were Michael Jordan and Hulk Hogan in the mid 80s.
I am, and by the way, Michael Jordan is down here right now.
Oh yeah, he is. I really do believe
on
that.
Stage.
I really do believe that.
I'm kidding about that,
Yeah,
but I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, Michael Jordan and Hulk Hogan, I think, were the two biggest sports figures of my my childhood.
You saw them in commercials. They would do spots in movies and sitcoms and such like that.
Hulkamania, man.
It was big.
Yeah, it was massive.
Let's do fourth down, Tyler.
Fourth down.
All right. Of the ones we have discussed on the air, don't let any of the two that we've discussed off the air leak out. Being at the 50th ever White Marlin Open and them catching no marlins as we're here on the final day of fishing. If that finishes up 0 marlins caught with me in town, where would that rank in the history of Jimmy Landmines? Like, what is some of your favorite Jimmy Landmines of all time that we can talk about?
Sean Payton, you actually bet against your Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Right.
Sean Payton, not only did Tampa win the game and cover, but they blew Sean Payton's knee out on the sideline. That was incredible.
That was pretty bad. I mean, it's hard to go against the 2016 presidential election. I mean, that's got to be your finest work.
Where I picked the exact time they would announce Hillary Clinton as the next president.
Yeah, I think you said 8:22 p.m. Central Time.
I think it was 8:26, but we're in the ballpark.
We're in the ballpark. 8:26 Central Time. They will project Hillary Clinton has received enough votes to be the president of the United States.
I'll tell you another great one.
And I remember sitting at home, though, Lance, that night, watching, just laughing, thinking, I mean, Dunaway just making an innocuous comment. I think were we at full moon, or was the next day at full moon? I can't remember, but Dunaway just made an innocuous comment on a radio show in Birmingham, and all these people are losing their freaking minds. And I'm like, I mean, I don't really believe Dunaway had anything to do with this, but then again, I can't discount the possibility.
And I'll tell you, Braves fans will never forget NLCS up 3-1 on the Dodgers.
Yep.
And I'll never forget going to watch Game 5. It was a Wednesday night. It was before Odie's. I went to Char Bar, and it was like 11-0 in the first inning.
Yeah.
And obviously the Dodgers going to win 3 straight games, and the Braves get knocked out of the postseason.
Yeah. That was after when it went to Game 7, the Twitter feed. Maggie asked, "Should we get security?"
Oh, people were pissed.
Oh, Braves fans are super pissed.
Should we get security?
Yeah.
I was like, nah.
But we've got to talk about the other. I think enough time has passed.
I was thinking about that the other day.
But we got to package it in a way that benefits the platform.
I don't think live show's the way to do it. I think I don't know if it needs to be folded into the behind the scenes story.
Could be a paywall.
Well, our buddy Richard Holland was in from Nashville about a week or two ago. And in break, I told him about the 2 unspoken landmines, and he was like, "Oh my God."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, they are. I think enough time has passed.
I do too.
I think in both cases.
I mean, we make light of the Titanic. How many people died?
Yeah, a lot. But of course, that was 100 years ago, and these weren't. But I think we need to maybe just really think about how we handle it.
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
But we need to unveil them. It's been long enough.
All right. That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza. Get by there, enjoy lunch or dinner today. Great to go as well. We love them so much. We also love Hydra Live. Boy, my man LT has been counting down to Monday. You're looking forward to a Hydra Live visit, right? You may get it Sunday.
Look, there's 2 locations. The newest location right there in Greystone on Highway 119. There's one in Homewood. They're open 7 days a week, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. If you can't make it to Hydra Live, good news is a nurse can actually come to you. It's IV therapy, it's compression therapy, it's cryotherapy. It's all B12 shots, all under one roof. Again, 2 locations you mentioned next round. Guess what? You get 20% off. So make sure you get into one of those 2 locations. Mention it. For more information, hydrolivetherapy.com.
2 more segments to go live from this beautiful destination place, Residence Inn Marriott, Ocean City. The show ends in 2 segments, but we'll have more content later on. We're going out on a boat. We've got dinner and drinks again tonight around town, and then we fly back tomorrow to Birmingham to be with you guys next week for our kickoff show on Thursday night. Our anniversary show is actually Wednesday. Kickoff is Thursday night. All that still to come, but 2 more segment poolside here on the next round. Stay with us.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
It's time for the Ultimate Football Season Kickoff Party presented by Rotary District 6860. It's the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, Saturday, August 19th from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's all at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook. The event benefits the Critical Care Transport Unit at Children's of Alabama. For more information, visit boilingandbragging.org. We'll see you there on a Saturday night, August 19th at Odie's. More details at boilingandbragging.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Football season is here and home buying season is as well. Let Holly Mack Wilson coach you through the stressful home buying process. From the first quarter to the end of the game, you will be the center of her attention. Holly Mack Wilson will guard your money, ensuring you get the best deal possible. In the end, you will touch down in the home of your dreams. She will intercept bad offers and she will never fumble the ball when it comes to your money and your dream home. If you use Holly Mack Wilson's home buying skills, you will be running back to the bank with all the money she has saved you. Now you may think, what a bunch of goofy play on words. But with Holly Mack Wilson, selling your home and getting into your dream home is no joke. She is a true professional and is the realtor you can trust. That's why she sold 70 homes last year and has certifications in negotiation and the buying and selling process. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or look her up online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, you're anywhere in Alabama. Keller Williams Realtor Coach. Play ball.
Hey, back with you here. We're just talking to some fighting folks. What an amazing story that they had over there. Dave and his guys, family from Baltimore, right?
Yeah, they live up in Baltimore. He owns his own company up there. They have a summer place in Delaware, just up the coast here, about 15 minutes up. Never had any association with Alabama, but his father was on the road a lot as a kid. And he's like, I loved college football, and it's just not that big a deal up here. And my dad spent a lot of time in Alabama in his job. And he said he used to come back and tell me about Major Ogilvy and Bear Bryant and all those, great Alabama players. And he said, it made me an Alabama fan as a kid. So I've just kept it through my adulthood. And he said, living up here, clearly I get no Alabama talk. And he discovered us and is a avid member of our audience and has a summer house about 15 miles from here. So he brought his family down to say hello. Really cool.
Fantastic. His daughter is a volleyball and lacrosse player.
Yep.
And she said, lacrosse is my big sport, so Alabama may not be in my future. And I said, well, Greg,
growing sport.
Greg Byrne listens to the show. Let's see if we can get lacrosse, women's lacrosse going in the SEC.
Big time sport, man. I see a lot of kids throughout the South that are participating in lacrosse. I got a friend whose son plays a lot of it, and it's a growing sport. I've not really embraced it or seen much of it. but I know a lot of people like it. Far more physical, I thought.
First person I ever met that played lacrosse was Trip Rogers from Innisfree.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because we started Alabama the fall of 1990 together, and he's from Maryland, and he played high school lacrosse. And so we talked about that, and I was like, man, that is weird.
You know,
because you remember John Hopkins was good at
I
lacrosse.
do. That's the one thing they were good at. They were them in Virginia.
Maryland was pretty good, too.
Yeah, I think up in here, there's a lot of lacrosse. First thing he asked me, this is so funny, man. I cannot tell you how many times I've been asked this question. He goes, how'd you guys get hooked up with Ocean City?
That's a me problem.
Yeah, he was. I know. He said about 6 months ago. He said I was out riding around listening to you guys and heard the commercial. Came home to my wife. I was like, I just heard Ocean City, Maryland advertised on the next round.
Yep,
so wild.
Been there for a while, frolicking in the Atlantic. That's what we've been doing all week. The show's being brought to you by Shannara Flooring. Tell us about that, Brownie, and then we will jump back into a little college football conversation as we start to wind down. But remind me, we need a picture to send out with that great family who's going to drive up.
And the Army coach. His family may be packing up, though. Shannara Flooring is formerly Homewood Carpet and Flooring. If you remember them by that name, Homewood Carpet and Flooring, same people I'm talking about. It is still Foo and you, all the same great people there at Shannara Flooring. They've got the same great customer service you've known over the years. They've got the same great tile, great hardwoods, great carpet, great LVP and LVT, the countertops, the specialty flooring, all of it right there at Shannara Flooring. It is residential or commercial. They do every single bit of it. You can visit them online, shannaraflooring.com. That is shannaraflooring.com. Or call 205-518-6423, 205-518-6423. Let Foo and you come up with a great plan for the carpeting and the flooring in your place of business or your home with Shannara Flooring.
All right. So Connor O'Gara, run through some of these. Bold or not, tell me if you agree or not.
All right.
Georgia doesn't win a national title. I think LT's in on LSU. We haven't given our picks yet. Bold or not?
I don't think that's bold.
Well,
I mean, it's easy to say Georgia is going to win a national championship back-to-back undefeated seasons, or regular seasons, I should say. But I mean, I would take the field for any amount you want to go. Right
when you
now.
consider it's never been done since World War II. Yeah.
My favorite is that not only do you have the towel on, but he had to get his head just right so his one eye that can see out of it can see me right there. He looks like he's about to take a photo in 1867.
All right, everybody smile.
Everybody's hit me up for these hot picks right now.
Well, I mean, you got a lock on everything, Lance.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Messi plays tonight. Our guy was telling us.
Real easy.
By the way, how easy is the MLS? I mean,
don't
our
know.
soccer is a joke.
Hey, Lance'sLock.com. Lance'sLock.com.
Give us a lock on it, man.
Messi will score a goal.
Okay.
7 in the first 4 games. Tommy Reese is one and done at Alabama because he becomes the Northwestern head coach. My goodness, I hope Alabama's so successful he can get a better job than that.
It is a bold prediction just because of how bad that job is going to be moving forward. And again, if you're Tommy Reese and you have any element of success at Alabama, the jobs are going to come calling and they'll be better than Northwestern.
Yeah. Do you remember when Gus Malzahn was offered the Vanderbilt job and he decided not to take it?
I do indeed.
Very smart on his part.
Well, he ended up with Arkansas State, which I think is not as good a job, but it was a better career
But
path.
if you're Tommy Reese, I mean, you're in a great spot. You're 31 years old. You're making a ton of money. And if you stay there long enough and have the success that other coordinators have had, you're going to get a bigger, better job than Northwestern. There is zero chance he would take that job.
It's like you have a no compete clause in your contract, and you're not allowed to be on our platform.
Yeah,
and we've got you're the person known as Towelhead.
Is that Lance? I don't know.
I don't know.
Nobody can tell.
Towelhead gives his picks coming up. He unfolds his picks coming up.
Straight 6 locks tonight.
That's right.
Jump
6 tonight.
Lance'sLock.com. You guys got to help me get creative when I get in the pool for the video.
We are, yes.
Yeah. Okay. This is the one I wanted to get to from Connor though, because this is the boldest one of all.
All right,
in my opinion.
Okay.
LSU's leader in touchdown passes this year is Garrett Nussmeier.
That is super bold. I don't buy that at all, unless
unless
Jay Daniels gets hurt.
Yeah, I was going to say if Connor's got a voodoo doll and he's going to like snap Jaden's leg.
He talks about Jaden running the ball and stuff. And he says injuries could be a factor.
Well, is that what he's saying? Okay.
Injuries could be a factor because he runs the ball and exposes himself so much. But also, if he starts to struggle, Nussmeier has looked so good. that it could be a guy where they end up making a switch at some
It's a far bolder pick if you're picking that it's just performance based.
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if Jaden Daniels is a Heisman finalist.
Speaking of Heisman finalists, Carson Beck represents the SEC in New York as a Heisman finalist.
Brock Bowers will.
That would be a meteoric rise early on for Carson Beck. And in that offense, it just doesn't feel like historically in that offense under Kirby that a quarterback is going to do that. That's a bold prediction.
Yeah, I mean, when's the last time Georgia had a quarterback as a Heisman finalist? I mean, as good as David Green, Matt Stafford, Aaron Murray, those guys were, they were never Heisman finalists.
Stetson was there, though, wasn't he?
I don't think he was.
I think he was.
I don't think he was.
I think he was. But
Yeah,
I may
Lance
be
doesn't
wrong.
think so.
Texas A&M has a top 4 SEC offense.
Yep.
Tennessee's Squirrel White leads the SEC in receiving.
I mean, look, Squirrel is a guy that came on late last year, and along with Brew McCoy, I mean, he's going to get those touches that Jalen Hyatt had last year. So that's a bold prediction, though. But I think Squirrel is going to be really good in that offense.
Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South. Alabama quarterback Tyler Buckner enters the transfer portal as soon as it opens in the postseason.
Wow. So he doesn't think Buckner is going to see the field in Tuscaloosa.
South Carolina's second in the East.
Oh, wow.
Well, I mean, somebody's got to be, obviously. And, you know, if you think Tennessee's going to be down a little bit, as some do, who is that team? I mean, can you say yourself a Kentucky or South Carolina? I think.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a possibility, especially if South Carolina plays like they played at the end of last season.
Yeah.
If Spencer Rattler can be more consistent, I will tell you this. If I'm Shane Beamer and I finish second in the East, I am out. I'm taking a better
Well, you'd
job.
have to think you'd get some offers, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
3 more of these from Connor here that are fairly bold. First one, not a single SEC head coach is fired at the end of 2023.
I think the only guys in contention right now are Eli Drinkwitz, who got an extension. I mean, who else is it? I mean, for on field, I don't think anybody could get fired. Like Zach Arnett could go 4-8. He's not going to get fired.
Yeah.
I think Drinkwitz is the only guy that could get fired.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Lance. I think Drinkwitz is the only guy that could get fired. Trying to think of another guy. I mean, Napier, I guess there is a pathway to it.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't really, yeah.
3-9. If I'm Florida, I'm flushing it.
It's going to take something really, really bad for Napier.
But I would not want my future in the hands of Graham Mertz.
Okay, all of a sudden, here's my analogy. Okay?
What?
We're a basketball team, and we're about to lose, and we've just checked out all the starters. LT's crying because he's out of eligibility. Towels over the face. You're somber. You got the towel up over your head.
NCAA tournament runs over.
You're LeBron.
Yeah.
And I'm the kid that is still waiting for somebody to hit a 3 so I can go.
Yeah, you're the
captain.
You're the white guy at the end of the bench.
Yeah.
My neck has been. I've sunscreened it up, but it's been sitting here. The sun is beating directly down on my neck.
I just, as much fun as the boat sounds.
No,
I'm gonna go. I've got to get in water and I've got to get in a bed before I go.
Yeah. Not a lot of time between now and then.
2 more. Pretty crazy one. Georgia's second 1,000-yard receiver in program history is Ladd McConkey. First off, just the fact that Georgia's only had one 1,000-yard receiver.
Was it AJ Green?
I think so.
Ladd McConkey is so underrated. This is a guy that will play in the NFL. People won't believe that because of his size and because he's a white receiver, but his hands are incredible, and he is on the other end of explosive plays all of the time. He gets behind defenses nonstop. Guy is a major weapon.
Terrence Edwards, 2002.
Oh,
that was it, Terrence Edwards?
Yep.
I mean, it's a crazy stat. I think Auburn has a similar stat on 1,000-yard receivers. Just does not. I don't know. I mean, you feel like it happens more often, I guess, than it really, really does.
Darvin Adams, last one.
I think that's right, Lance, or Ronnie Daniels. Actually, I'm
holy hell, that was 99.
No, but I'm saying this off the cuff, and I could be wrong.
I think you're right on Ronnie Daniels.
But I think Ronnie Daniels is the only one in school history to have done it.
Wow.
And the last one.
Boy, he was good, though.
He was. Ronnie Daniels was really good.
The last one I want your reaction to. Hugh Freeze leads Auburn's first top 40 passing offense since 1997.
Man, I just don't like his quarterback situation. Again, I love Hugh Freeze, the coach. I think he's an offensive, borderline genius. He knows exactly He calls a great game, but I just don't know if he's got that guy right now on the roster.
Top 40?
Top 40 in the country.
But I'll lean top 40.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good offensive coach. I'll give him top 40, yeah.
Go read why Connor thinks all that and the rest of his 25 bold predictions there today, right there with our friends at Saturday Down South. The show continues as we move on here. One more segment to go. We'll talk about some of our favorite things we've experienced over the last couple of days, some of the things you may have not seen on the air, and just some final thoughts on the day. But a big thank you to everyone back in Birmingham, and all of you, of course, who have watched and listened. But to Tyler and Forrester, and even though Lunsford and Rockstar are not there today, what they've done, and of course Taylor Korn, who's kept everything flowing on social media. When we get the chance to come out here, and I mean, you look at these two guys right now, nothing but joy on their face. When we get to come out and enjoy this setting right here, we can't do it without you guys back there in Birmingham.
This didn't work.
So thank you guys from the bottom of our heart for allowing us to get out and do this. We appreciate it so much. All right, back one more segment to go on TNR. Stay with us.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call waynes.com.
I've been to a brick wall more.
Hey, look at those birds over there. Those aren't seagulls. That's like a flock of...
That is, I don't know what that is. I think it's Steve. Tyler never told us we're back. I'm just assuming we are. You never know on this show.
That's always good.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
Tyler, man, you've done it. Did I mention Tyler?
Incredible. He's done an incredible job. He's the
He
best.
woke up today not knowing that this would be his role. His role was just going to be Lunsford's role today.
Hey.
but he ended up doing both roles.
Any
today.
chance, Tyler, you watch anime tonight?
Oops. Maybe. There's a few movies I've been meaning to watch, but I don't know if I'll get to them. I don't know what I'm going to watch today.
Yeah.
Any chance you'll have a stiff bourbon after the show today? Because it's been so crazy.
I don't know if Tyler drinks.
I don't either. Tyler, do you ever drink?
Yeah, I do. It's usually
What do you drink?
The fruity drinks that I'd probably be made fun of around here for.
No, Dunaway loves those.
Yeah, I cannot point a finger.
Right on my alley,
Yeah,
my man.
I cannot point a finger. I always
That's
said
all Dunaway drinks. I had nothing but straight bourbon all last night.
Yeah. Well, it's not all he drinks, but I'm with you, man. I've these dirty bananas. Would you call
Oh,
that a
they're
fruity
great.
drink?
Yeah,
It's been
yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah, and you ordered that today.
I did. I'm not pointing a finger. Oh, you're
No,
talking to
LT
Lance.
was.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking at you.
I couldn't tell. I'm looking at the chat room.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do the chat room after you tell us about JohnstonRVCenter.com. Hey, Tyler, your next fruity drink is on Lance.
That's right. He's going to buy it. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Is where you find Johnston RV Center. Listen to me on this travel trailer. It starts just $139 a month. That is less than $5 a day. Is it worth $5 a day to go see America? I think you know the answer to that. 2023 fifth wheels from $439 a month. Military discounts. My Uber driver last night, retired Marine, and was just the nicest guy in the world, man. And 20 years in the Marine Corps, United States Marine Corps, was telling me about some of the places he had been, some of the tours he had done.
My Uber driver last night was retired military.
Yeah.
From the Sudan Army.
Yeah. Oh, really? You're
Yeah.
Sudanese?
Yep.
So anyway, we are so appreciative of our military and what you do for our great country, the greatest country in the history of the universe. You keep it great, and we appreciate that. They do as well at Johnston RV Center. So they give you great discounts for active duty and retired military personnel. See more online, JohnstonRVCenter.com, or I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur.
And I'm not really up to date on my Sudan history.
Yeah.
But I did awkwardly say thank you for your service. I mean, he may have been shooting at us. I didn't know.
Well, I mean,
but I didn't want, I mean, I was in a car by myself with him. I was like,
thank you for your service. You're Sudanese? No, not really. No.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah.
Question mark?
You remember our first Uber driver last night? I was like, "Hey, man, what's up?" And he didn't say
a word.
Yeah, he did not.
I think
What do you think about me putting my foot on his dash?
He did not like that either.
Honest to goodness, I think that was 2 nights ago.
Was it? No.
Mhm.
No. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
it
what
was.
went to Bar 85.
Yeah.
It was.
Andy, back to the Buster
Have we eaten today?
interview.
We've eaten today.
I had half a sandwich. Let me tell you what I had. There's a Jewish delicatessen right next to us, and that's where they ordered lunch for us today. And I want to give them a shout out because they did a great lunch.
Yeah,
for us.
as you're pulling that, I told Keith when I go on these trips, sometimes I get caught up.
Yeah.
And I forget to eat. But
Uh-huh.
last night I had the Chesapeake Bay flatbread.
Yeah,
Right.
With
really
the crab
good.
meat and the Old Bay on it. It was unbelievable.
So I had.
That's what I told Maggie that she said, I told her what I had and what Brown had. What did Lance have? And I said, I forgot you had the flatbread. I said, I don't think he had anything.
Well, it's a
She's
healthy
like,
gym.
That's
No, I
what she
didn't
said.
eat
She's
the-
like,
I didn't eat. Wait, Thursday night. No, Wednesday night.
yeah. She was
So-
like, she was like, oh, I worry when he doesn't eat.
The Papa Joe is what I had today. It's a mix of pastrami and corned beef, melted Swiss, coleslaw, and Russian dressing on marble rye.
Oh wow, can I have the other half?
You may.
Thanks.
Rosenfeld's, Ocean City, Maryland, Jewish deli, a Jewish delicatessen, Rosenfeld's. I love a good Jewish deli. I mean, when you can find, we don't have a lot of those in Birmingham, but if you can find a good, legit Jewish deli, that is right up my alley right there. Andy, back to the Buster interview. Very worried about the Braves in the playoffs. I don't see them making it to the World Series with pitching. Troy follows up and says, nope, they'll be out in the first round they play. I'm not totally convinced they even win the division. Easy now.
Well, baseball is a crapshoot.
It is.
Hey, Dodgers got bounced early last year.
Yep. Jeff says they'll win the East, but being the overall one is getting dicey very quickly. LA's coming.
LA is coming.
Yeah.
And I cannot even imagine if Dustin May and Walker Buehler were both healthy.
Oh, God, you ought to be a dominant
Yeah.
pitching staff.
Right.
Jeff says Joe Rogan. This is back to 4 downs when Dunaway said better career, Hogan or Rogan. It's Joe Rogan and Hulk Hogan's birthday today. Jeff says Rogan, he was literally a Joe Schmo that was on news radio as a bit part and now is the authority on things for a certain segment of the population. All of that is true right there. Whether or not that makes him better than Hogan.
But I mean, honestly, if he ran for president, he would get elected.
Oh, he'd get a ton of votes. I can't swear he'd get elected, but he'd get a ton of votes.
But I mean, if it's fixed, you can't do anything about that.
I would tell you this, that there's a channel that before I turn on my YouTube TV that occasionally pops up. I don't know what channel, where I'm getting it from. You know,
interesting.
It's just coming in.
Yeah.
But sometimes they've got the old Fear Factor on.
Yeah.
And he's hosting.
He was
it
really good at that.
Yeah, with hair and a
lot of hair.
And you know, I'm watching it and I'm like,
Should have gone to Dr. B.
I watch a couple of those episodes and I'm like, I mean, really, they're about to eat cow eyeballs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rusty
It was
says
crazy.
he's the Oprah of podcast. I think that is an excellent description. A lot of talk about him and Hogan back and forth. Daniel agrees the infamous landmining of the Braves a few years ago. Troy says Jim had better pick every single Braves opponent this year.
Do I owe the Braves one?
You do owe the Braves one.
I thought I did that for him. Was it last year or 2 years ago?
I can't remember, but it's got to be genuine. That's the thing. You can't fake the landmine.
You cannot fake it.
Robert says instead of Rockstar in the lounge on Friday, get new money back over to dance at Secret to show how she dances at Secrets.
Rockstar had to bail today last minute because Cord was under the weather, so we'll make it up to you.
Yeah, and asking, hey, new
I
money.
did think that was a
new money. Why
legit
don't you
question.
dance for us? That would feel a little awkward for me. Could you imagine just the last segment? She just standing up here dancing while we're reading the chat room.
I bet there's a price.
I know there is. She's already had to put up with us today. Daniel says maybe Messi's just the greatest player ever. I don't know. Maybe that's why he's taking care of the MLS, he says.
It's much different. I saw a stat like his first 7 goals over in the Premier League.
Yeah.
It was like, I forgot how many, like 1,000 minutes or something. And his first 7 goals, like
4 games.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, he's making it look easy.
Yeah.
He is making it look easy.
Carson says, where are the umbrellas? You need to invest in some umbrellas. We had those at the Regis Charity Classic. That was the first time really we had to shield ourselves. Tom says, how can Brown say this is the greatest country in the universe? That's a big assumption. I'll stand right by it. United States, greatest country in the universe.
Until proven wrong.
Not even close, in fact. Like, it is hands down the United States. We do everything better as a whole than any other country in the world.
I think he's asking about.
I think our healthcare's got a little problem.
Yeah, I said as a whole. I didn't say every single thing. I
Like
said
our
as a whole.
taxes,
Put everything together, though.
Economy.
I think when he was taking exception to universe, and you don't know what's out there.
I don't care.
Well,
It's not going to be better than the United States.
Yeah, I'm going to bet on us.
Yeah.
I'm going to bet on us. Absolutely. All right. One more. You got one more?
Richard says, y'all missed it earlier, but thanks for confirming Seacrest rivals Floribama. Floribama is in a league of its own, but Secrets is
it's in
it's
that
far
tier.
closer than I would have imagined.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is in that tier.
Yep.
All right. So that's it, man. Just a wonderful trip to Ocean City. We'll talk about this for years. Maybe
We'll be back next year.
So that's
We're going to do a group rate. So any next round listeners, Keith is going to work on this, and we'd love for you to come join us.
So not only are we coming back next year, Reed, we're bringing half of Alabama
We're
with
bringing
us.
the audience. It's like those cruises. We sign up to go on a cruise with us to the Caribbean.
It's the Crimson Cruise.
Yes.
Why are we talking?
Hey, we didn't mention that. Eli let the cat out of the bag. That JP's out, and they're going Tyler White's.
We knew that. We just didn't talk about
Well,
it.
I'm saying Eli let the cat out of the
I
bag.
didn't know it was going to be Tyler. I mean, good for
Yeah.
Tyler, but I thought Christian Miller was going to be that guy.
I did too. The AL.com report says Tyler, who's part of our family, so we're happy for him if that's the case.
Do we
happy
still
for JP
get him
too.
on Fridays?
If we want him. Tyler will do anything for us.
Absolutely. All right. That's our show. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America. Thank you, residents in Marriott, Ocean City.